The snow had come early to the wall that year, drifting thick against the black stones, swirling in fitful gusts that rattled the wooden shutters of the Lord Commander's solar. Outside, the world lay shrouded in white silence, the ghosts of the haunted forest crowding close beneath a bruised and sullen sky. Yet within the chamber, the fire burned low and steady, casting long shadows across maps and letters, half-forgotten plans and half-spoken fears. Jon Snow sat at the old oak table, hunched above a letter bearing the golden seal of Queen Daenerys Targaryen, a dragon crowned and roaring. He did not open it at once. His gloved fingers hovered, tracing the wax, feeling the weight of destiny behind its crimson sheen. A raven tapped at the glass behind him, black and insistent, its beak flecked with frost. Ghost slept by the door. A great white shadow curled in the gloom, his breath a soft mist. The silence stretched, taut as a drawn bow. Jon's mind wandered, as it often did these days, back to darker times and darker dreams. He remembered the cold touch of death, remembered the sword sliding through his heart, remembered rising from the darkness to a world changed beyond all knowing. Sometimes in the flicker of the firelight he thought he saw the shadows of old kings and vanished princes dancing on the walls, their voices whispering from the stone. He broke the seal. Jon read in silence, mouth set in a grim line. The words were heavy with promise and with peril. Daenerys was marching north. Her dragons were hungry. Her armies were restless. "Come to me, Jon Snow," she had written in a hand as sharp as a blade. "Bring the north and bend the knee, or the storm will come without you." He folded the letter, set it aside. Outside, the raven cawed again, sharp and urgent, a sound that seemed to carry on the wind all the way from Dragonstone to Castle Black. Samwell Tarly arrived with a knock and a gust of icy air, carrying a great leather-bound tome against his chest. His cheeks red with cold and excitement. He wore the black still, though his cloak was patched and his gloves a size too large. "Jon," he said, breathless, his voice soft so as not to disturb Ghost, who twitched but did not wake. You need to see this." Jon's gaze lingered on the letter before he nodded for Sam to come closer. The book thudded onto the table, scattering dust. "What is it?" "It's a history," Sam said, flipping through brittle yellowed pages with reverence. "Old Valyria, dragons, the Targaryens. But, Jon, look here. Look at this." He stopped at an illustration. A great black dragon, vast as a mountain, wings spread across 2 pages, eyes burning with an ancient fire. Balerion the Black Dread. Jon studied it, drawn to the sweep of the wings, the iron scales, the jaws wide enough to swallow a horse. "Balerion," he said quietly, feeling the word in his mouth, the weight of legend and fear. "Aegon's dragon." Sam nodded, nervous. "There's more. The last pages. Jon, it's a record of the eggs. 3 survived the doom, and only 1 was never found after Balerion's death. It says," he fumbled, lips moving as he read, "the last egg was spirited north, given to the Night's Watch for safekeeping, that the dragon's fire might stand against the cold darkness, if ever it returned." Jon's pulse quickened. "The wall." Sam swallowed. "It's just a legend, Jon. The book's old, the ink's faded. But what if it's true? What if the egg's still here?" Jon rose, sudden and silent, his breath misting in the cold air. He stared at the illustration, at the terrible majesty of the Black Dread. Why would the Night's Watch keep such a thing secret? Who would believe them? Sam said softly. Who would trust them with that kind of power? Jon looked at Ghost, then at the shuttered windows. The wall loomed outside, old as memory, ancient as sin. "If the egg's here, we need to find it, before someone else does." Sam nodded, fear and excitement warring in his eyes. "Where do we begin?" Jon closed the book. "With the oldest stones, with the secrets men have died to keep." They began their search that very night, long after the rest of the watch had retreated to their bunks, leaving the corridors dark and empty. They prowled the tunnels beneath the wall, lanterns in hand, their breath ghosting before them, their footsteps muffled by the ancient dust. Jon led the way, guided by instinct and memory, by dreams he could not name. They passed through the armory and the cold cells, through forgotten storerooms filled with rusted swords and moldering shields. Sam kept the book clutched to his chest, its secrets whispering to him in the dark. They descended deeper, past the crumbling stones, until they found themselves at the lowest level, where the chill seeped from the earth itself. A door waited there, iron-bound and ancient, set into the rock like a wound that had never healed. Jon drew Longclaw, the Balerion steel gleaming in the lantern light, and pressed his hand to the wood. The door groaned open, revealing a chamber lined with bones. "Crypts," Sam breathed, voice trembling. "I never knew these were here." Jon said nothing. He moved among the bones, past the ancient shields and broken swords, past the tattered banners of long-dead lords. At the far end of the chamber, beneath a great stone slab carved with the sigil of House Targaryen, a three-headed dragon, black as midnight, something glimmered in the gloom. It was an egg, larger than any Jon had ever seen, black as jet and veined with crimson. It rested on a bed of ashes, surrounded by melted candles and shards of old obsidian. For a moment, Jon could not move, could not breathe. Sam stared, awestruck. "Gods," he whispered. "It's real." Jon knelt, reaching out. The shell was warm beneath his gloved hand, pulsing with a life that felt older than the wall itself. He felt the dragon stirring deep within the stone, a promise of fire in the heart of winter. He looked at Sam, at the lantern trembling in his friend's grip, at the shadows pressing close. "We can't let anyone else know. Not yet." Sam nodded, wide-eyed, and set the lantern down. "What do we do now?" Jon cradled the egg, feeling the heat seep through his bones. He thought of Daenerys, of her dragons, of her armies marching north. He thought of the letter on his table, the promise of fire and blood. He thought of the darkness rising beyond the wall, of the dead who did not sleep, of the cold that would never end. "We keep it safe," he said at last, voice steady, "until the time comes." They hid the egg beneath the stones, covering it with ashes and old bones, marking the place with a broken sword and a prayer. Jon slept fitfully that night, dreams full of black wings and burning cities, of ice and fire locked in battle. Days passed. The snow deepened. Daenerys marched north, her banners snapping in the wind, her dragon circling above her host. Messages flew back and forth, carried by ravens black and swift. Sansa wrote from Winterfell, her letters guarded and full of warnings. Arya vanished into the woods, a shadow among shadows. Bran sat silent in his tower, eyes white with secrets Jon could not understand. And always beneath it all, Jon felt the pull of the egg, a slow burning in his bones, a longing for something he had never known, but could not live without. It was Sam who found the ritual, buried in a footnote in the old Valyrian tongue. "It says the blood of the dragon must awaken the egg," he said, voice shaking. "Fire alone is not enough. There must be sacrifice." Jon remembered the knife at his throat, remembered the cold and the darkness, remembered rising again. "I am no dragon," he said. Sam met his eyes, unflinching. "Your mother was Lyanna Stark, but your father was Rhaegar Targaryen. The blood is in you, Jon. If the egg is to wake, it will answer you or no one." Jon turned away, staring out at the snow-choked courtyard. He thought of Maester Aemon, of his words spoken in the dark. A Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing. He thought of duty, of love, of the burden he carried. He made his choice. That night, beneath the wall, Jon drew a circle of salt and ash. He set the egg at its heart, candles flickering in the cold. Sam watched, clutching the book, reciting words in a language older than Westeros, older than men. Jon cut his palm with Longclaw, the blood bright against the black steel. He pressed his hand to the egg, feeling the heat flare, the shell shuddering beneath his touch. The air grew thick with the scent of smoke, of burning. He spoke the words, voice raw. "Balerion, wake. The darkness comes." The chamber shook. The egg cracked, lines of fire running through the black. Jon staggered back, blood dripping onto the stones as a roar echoed in the dark, a sound older than the wall, older than men, older than death. The egg burst and a dragon was born. He was small, at first, coiled in smoke and shadow. His scales black as midnight, his eyes burning with the red of forge and flame. He unfolded himself, wings stretching wide, teeth gleaming in the candlelight. He looked at Jon, and Jon looked back, feeling the bond snap tight between them. "Balerion," he whispered, and the dragon answered. Outside, the wind howled, and the world changed. For 3 days they kept the dragon hidden, feeding him on scraps and secrets, teaching him to know Jon's voice, Jon's scent, Jon's soul. Sam worried, fretted, wrote fevered letters to Maester Luwin in the south, seeking counsel Jon would never receive. But secrets cannot be kept forever. Not in the north, not at the wall. The brothers of the Knights Watch spoke in whispers of strange fires, of shadows in the sky. Old Ed, tending the kitchens, claimed he saw eyes burning in the dark. A raven vanished. Then, too, a white wolf howled beneath a crescent moon. Then Daenerys came, and everything changed. She rode at the head of her army, unsullied in lockstep behind her, banners snapping blue and black. Her dragons circled overhead, shrieking their challenge to the winter sky. She came to the wall as conqueror, as queen, as the last Targaryen. Jon met her at the gate, sword at his hip, ghost at his side. They spoke in the cold, their words hidden from the watch. "You've summoned me," he said. "I have," she replied, eyes cold as the frost. "The north is mine, Jon Snow. Bend the knee, or burn." "Melman." He looked at her, at the dragons above her, at the fire in her eyes. He thought of the egg, of the dragon beneath the wall, of the bond they shared. "I am not yours to command," he said, "but there is something you must see." He led her down, past the guards, past the brothers of the watch, into the darkness beneath the wall. He spoke the words, opened the door, revealed the dragon. Daenerys stared, eyes wide, breath caught. "Balerion," she whispered. Awe and terror mingled. "How?" "He chose me," Jon said, voice steady. "The blood of the dragon runs in me too." She looked at him then, truly looked, seeing the man, the king, the Targaryen. The snow fell, thick and silent, muting the world. "Will you ride with me, Jon Snow?" she asked, voice trembling. Jon looked at Balerion, at the black wings, the burning eyes. He looked at Daenerys, at the queen he could never love, never trust, never betray. "The darkness comes," he said. "We ride together, or we fall." And in the darkness, the dragon spread his wings. Well, the morning after Balerion's hatching dawned black and cold, the sun a memory behind the thick cloud and gathering storm. Jon woke before the first bell, heart pounding, sweat freezing on his brow despite the embers of last night's feverish ritual still glowing in his mind. He sat upright in his cot, bare feet pressed against the cold flagstones, trying to shake the dream of fire and wings, of roaring that shattered the wall and left nothing but cinders. He rose, dressed quickly, the fabric of his black doublet stiff with salt and blood, Longclaw at his hip, a burden and a comfort both. Ghost roused and padded after him in silence as Jon descended the spiral stairs, boots echoing, the dawn hush broken only by the distant clangor from the mess and the caw of restless raven. He moved through Castle Black by instinct, barely noticing the men he passed, faces blurred by sleep or suspicion. Some watched him with narrowed eyes, whispers trailing in his wake. He caught a word here, a glance there. Unnatural. Witchery. Dakrits. They'd heard something, felt the shifting in the air last night. The old powers were stirring, and the wall had always been their threshold. Sam waited by the entrance to the crypts, clutching his battered book, knuckles white, face drawn and anxious. "Did anyone see you?" Jon asked, voice a murmur. Sam shook his head. "I waited until Dolorous Ed took his turn on the ramparts. I don't think anyone noticed. Balerion, he's hungry." Jon's jaw tightened. We'll see to him. We have to keep him hidden. If the brothers find out what's down there, they'll be afraid." Sam finished, eyes darting to the shadowed stair behind Jon. "Or worse, they'll want to use him or kill him." Jon nodded. "Let's go." They moved together through the gloom. Ghost, a silent sentinel behind them. The cryptstones were slick with damp, ancient with secrets. At the lowest vault, a faint glow lingered behind the heavy door, seeping through cracks. The air grew warmer, dense with a tang of smoke and something more primal, a scent of burning metal and charred flesh. Jon entered first, lantern held high. Balerion waited in the gloom, coiled in the center of his circle, head resting atop his great taloned feet. He'd grown already. Jon could see it, feel it, his scales more lustrous, his neck longer, his gaze sharper and more aware. The dragon blinked and regarded Jon with the solemn, feral curiosity of a predator just learning its power. Sam hung back, awestruck and wary. "He's beautiful, isn't he?" he whispered. Jon set the lantern on the stone and approached, feeling the heat radiate from Balerion's body. The dragon hissed softly, an acknowledgement, a greeting. Jon knelt, unslinging a burlap sack. He withdrew the remains of 2 hairs, caught at dawn. Blood still sticky, fur matted with frost. He tossed one forward, and Balerion snapped it from the air, swallowing it in a gulp, the crunch of bone echoing in the crypt. The second went the same way, a little slower, a little more measured. Jon studied him. The bond was there, he knew, deep and pulsing. A thread from his own heart to the dragon's. He could sense Balerion's hunger, his restlessness, the hot surge of draconic joy in his veins. He could almost hear the beast's thoughts. Fire, flight, hunger, home. Sam stepped forward, daring to stroke the dragon's shoulder. "He knows you. He trusts you. Jon, what will you do with him?" Jon looked at his friend. "I don't know. Not yet. But he must stay hidden until the right time. Until Daenerys makes her move. Or the dead do." Sam nodded, swallowing. "We'll need more food. He'll grow fast." Jon smiled grimly. "I know." They stayed in the crypt a while, watching Balerion settle again, eyes half-lidded, warmth pulsing from his body, black smoke rising in lazy coils from his nostrils. When Jon left, he felt the dragon's gaze on his back, fierce and protective. Castle Black was waking when Jon returned, the morning routine resuming with the forced cheer of men who had survived another night. He joined the others in the hall, sat with Dolorous, Ed, and Tormund, sharing a meager breakfast of bread and broth. He kept his head down, eyes scanning the room, watching for trouble. Ed leaned close, voice low. "You look like death, Jon. Worse than usual, I mean. Didn't sleep." Jon shrugged. "Bad dreams." Tormund snorted. "You're haunted. That's what happens when you let women into your life. And dragons." He laughed, loud enough to draw stares. Jon tensed, but no one seemed to catch the word. Ed raised an eyebrow. "You've been hiding something from us, Lord Snow?" Jon forced a smile. "Always." But the day dragged, the tension mounting as Daenerys' banners drew closer. Scouts reported unsullied on the King's Road. Dothraki riders in the foothills. Ravens came and went, bearing tidings from the south. Winterfell was bracing for siege, Sansa's letters sharper and more anxious with each reply. Arya was still missing, vanished into the snows. Bran wrote nothing at all. That night, Jon returned to the crypt, bringing a fresh haunch of mutton pilfered from the kitchens. Balerion was waiting, eyes bright, scales catching the lantern's glow like burnished armor. Jon sat beside him, feeling the dragon's breath warm on his skin, the weight of ancient purpose settling on his shoulders. He spoke aloud, knowing no one but Ghost and Balerion would hear. "My father was a prince, my mother a Stark. I was never meant for any of this. Not a throne, not a dragon, but here we are." Balerion huffed, a plume of smoke swirling up, curling around Jon's words. "I can't be what Daenerys wants. I can't kneel, not now. But I can't let the North burn either." He looked at the dragon, at the memory of fire and blood in his veins, at the promise of destruction and hope. We'll have to choose soon, old boy, and it may be war. Nano. In the darkness, Balerion shifted closer, his head settling beside Jon's knee. Ghost crept forward too, lying at Jon's other side, as if recognizing a pack forming in the old stones, a new kind of brotherhood. The snow fell thicker over the wall in the days that followed, blurring the boundaries between night and day. Daenerys arrived at last, her army encamped at the foot of the wall, dragons circling above like black and gold omens. She demanded a meeting, a parley between the Queen of Dragons and the King in the north. Jon met her on the wall itself, winds howling, Ghost at his side, his cloak snapping. Daenerys came in silver and scarlet, her hair woven with braids, her eyes bright with frost and fire. Drogon and Rhaegal perched on the icy crags above, watching. Her voice was colder than the air. "You have not answered my summons, Jon Snow." He met her gaze, steady as stone. "I protect the north, that is answer enough." She smiled, lips curved like a blade. "There must be only one protector of the realm. Only one fire strong enough to stand against the dark. Kneel, Jon Dan. Join me. Let our houses be one." "Nee." Jon hesitated, feeling the weight of the wall beneath his feet, the weight of Balerion's presence in the earth below. He thought of the dead marching, of the darkness gathering. "I cannot kneel, but I will not make war on you either." She stepped closer, her breath a plume of frost between them. "You are Targaryen. I know it. The blood is in you, Jon. I see it in your eyes." He said nothing. Silence stretched between them, tense as drawn steel. "Then we are at an impasse," Daenerys whispered. "I will not wait forever." She turned, her cloak trailing behind her like spilled blood, her dragons screaming as she descended the wall. Jon watched her go, feeling the decision harden in his heart. War was coming, one way or another. That night, Sam came to him with trembling hands and fear bright in his eyes. "There are men asking questions, Jon. About the crypts. About you. The brothers are uneasy. Some think you're hiding something. Others—" Jon cut him off. "Let them talk. We'll be ready." He went to the crypts, long claw drawn, Ghost prowling ahead. Balerion waited, wings spread, eyes blazing. The dragon was larger now, his hunger sharper, his voice in Jon's mind clearer with every passing day. "We may need to move you soon," Jon murmured. "They're growing suspicious. The time is near." Balerion cocked his head, understanding. More than animal, something deep and knowing in the gaze. Jon knelt, pressing his forehead to the dragon's scales. "When the darkness comes, we'll fly together. Fire and blood. For the living." He rose, steel in his eyes. But not yet. The next days were a blur of tension and suspicion. The watch grew restless, torn between loyalty and fear, between the old ways and the new. Daenerys pressed her claim, her dragons scorching the ground around her camp, her emissaries demanding Jon's obedience. Sansa's letters grew desperate. "You must hold, Jon. Winterfell cannot stand alone. The lords are restless. They fear Daenerys more than the dead." Arya appeared at Castle Black one night, silent as snowfall, her cloak ragged, her eyes hard. She slipped into Jon's chambers without a word, Ghost allowing her to pass. He looked up, startled, then smiled despite himself. "You always did know how to sneak up on a man." Arya regarded him with her wolf's eyes. "They say you have a dragon." Jon stiffened, wary. "Who says?" She smiled, a flash of the girl she'd been. "The cooks, the stable boys, the men on the wall. They talk. They're afraid." Jon sighed, running a hand through his hair. "There's some truth to it. But it must be kept secret." "Daenerys. She'd kill you for it," Arya finished, blunt as ever. "Or try to take it for herself." Jon nodded. "I can't let her have Balerion. He's ours. The North's." Arya slipped closer, her voice a whisper. "Can you ride him?" Jon looked at her, startled. "Not yet. He's young. Wild, but soon." She grinned, fierce and proud. Good. You'll need him. Daenerys is plotting something. I saw her speak with Varys and Grey Worm. She's growing impatient. Jon's mouth tightened. She'll have to wait. Arya lingered a moment, her gaze searching his. I'll watch your back, but be careful, Jon. The game's changing. The wall isn't as safe as it used to be. He smiled, grateful. Thank you, Arya. She was gone as quickly as she'd come, leaving only the memory of promise and the scent of cold steel. The day dawned grim. Scouts reported movement beyond the wall, strange fires in the distance, wildlings fleeing south in terror. The air was sharp with fear, the wind heavy with omens. Jon met Sam in the library, the battered book open between them. It's beginning, isn't it? Sam whispered, his voice trembling. Jon nodded, staring at the map of the north, the wall a dark scar on the parchment. It is. The dead are coming, and Daenerys is close to making her move. We must be ready. Sam looked at him, eyes full of faith and fear. What will you do? Jon laid his hand on the map, feeling the pulse of destiny in his veins. We fight. For the north. For the living, with fire and blood. He stood, cloak swirling, longclaw bright at his hip. Summon the watch. Gather the lords. Tell Arya to keep watch on Daenerys, and feed Balerion. He'll need his strength. Sam nodded, running to obey, the first rays of dawn breaking over the frozen wall. Jon stood alone for a moment, staring out at the gathering storm, at the snow swirling down like ashes. He felt Balerion in his mind, the dragon's hunger and fire, his love and fury. He was ready. The world would tremble soon, and Jon Snow, bastard Prince King, would fly into legend on black wings, or die in the attempt. Aisha Nika. Fedo Aisha Dusi Benor. In the night, the wall's torches guttered low, and the wind seemed to carry voices, snatches of old ghosts, half-heard threats from beyond the frozen woods. Jon moved among the shadows, restless, his mind turning over every warning, every betrayal, every wound. The letter from Sansa lay hidden in his sleeve, a second skin of dread pressed to his heart. He read and reread her words by candlelight until the lines blurred together. She wrote of lords doubting, of bannermen eyeing the horizon, of Manderless who would swear fealty to the Dragon Queen if it meant safety, of Karstarks and Umbers hedging their fealty behind closed doors. And always between the lines, Sansa's voice. You are our only hope, Jon. You and the secrets you keep. The secret was growing fast. It was the third night after Arya's return, when Jon crept down to the crypt again, Sam at his side, carrying haunches of venison and a sack of charred bones. The passage beneath the wall was colder than before, the air laced with a metallic tang, as if old blood and old sorcery still lingered. Ghost padded behind them, silent as a shadow. Arya had taken to appearing and vanishing without a sound, her eyes colder than winter itself. Jon did not ask what she did while she was away, or who she watched. They found Balerion coiled in the gloom, the circle of salt and ash now broken, black scales gleaming with an oily sheen. The dragon was longer than a warhorse now, wings folded tight, tail snaking through the rubble. His nostrils flared as Jon entered, and he uncoiled with a low, almost musical growl. The intelligence in those red-black eyes was unmistakable now, ancient, uncanny. Jon knelt, tossing a haunch to the dragon, who snatched it from the air and devoured it whole. Smoke curled from his jaws, embers flickered at his lips. Sam watched, notebook clutched in shaking hands, jotting details in the cramped script he reserved for things that frightened him most. He's almost grown enough, Sam murmured, voice wavering. If he keeps at this pace, he'll outgrow the crypts in weeks. Days, maybe. Jon ran a hand along the dragon's flank, feeling the heat beneath the scales. He won't wait much longer, nor will Daenerys. He looked to Sam, meeting his friend's anxious eyes. Have you found anything? About writing him? Sam nodded, shuffling through pages. There are accounts, old, from Valyria. The dragon must accept you, by blood and by fire. Targaryens rode with a bond stronger than words. They say the first flight is the true test. Jon looked at Balerion, at the wings folded tight, the tail curled and twitching. He felt the bond in his marrow. An ache that was not quite pain. A yearning for something he did not yet understand. "Tomorrow," Jon said. 8 dawn. Sam's hand trembled as he wrote the words. "Are you sure?" Jon gave a short nod. "If I wait, she'll strike first, and the north will burn." They left Balerion in the crypt, feeding him the last of the meat. Jon locked the passage behind them and pocketed the key, trusting only Ghost and the darkness to stand guard. He passed a restless night, plagued by dreams. Sansa shouting from a burning rampart, Arya bleeding in the snow, Daenerys above him in a storm of dragonfire, her eyes lit by madness. When he woke, the first cold light of dawn painted the wall in shades of blue and ash. He dressed in black, the direwolf and the dragon sigil stitched together at his breast. Longclaw at his side, Ghost pacing at his heel. Jon met Sam and Arya at the entrance to the crypt. Arya wore leather and steel, 2 blades strapped across her back. Sam clutched his book in a battered satchel. They moved together, silent as fugitives, into the cold stone passage. Balerion was waiting, awake and expectant, his breath fogging the air, eyes bright with anticipation. Jon faced him, hands steady, heart thunderous. "We do this together," he whispered. He stepped close, laying a hand on the dragon's warm snout. Balerion's pupils narrowed, then widened. Jon felt a shock of sensation, like plunging into a boiling river, a surge of memory not his own. Flames, flight, the shadow of great wings over old Valyria. Sam read the words from the book, his voice barely more than a breath, reciting in high Valyrian. Arya's fingers tightened on her dagger. Jon climbed onto Balerion's back, gripping the jut of bone behind the dragon's skull, knees pressed to the ridged scales. The dragon shifted beneath him, muscles rippling, a low thrumming growl building in his chest. Balerion's wings unfurled, immense, brushing stone, stirring dust and bone. The dragon crouched, tensed, and with a shattering roar, launched himself skyward. Stone shattered. The ceiling of the crypt burst open in a shower of ice and rock. Jon clung tight, heart in his throat, as Balerion surged up through the dark, into the morning's pallid light. Arya's face vanished below, mouth open in awe or fear. Sam cowered in the shadows, words dying on his lips. Balerion's wings beat once, twice, and they were aloft, soaring above the wall, higher than Jon had ever dreamed, the world dropping away beneath them. The air was razor sharp, slicing tears from Jon's eyes. He heard the wind scream, the dragon's triumphant bellow, the pounding of his own blood. They circled high above Castle Black, shadows racing over the snow. Men in black spilled from the barracks, shouting, pointing, some falling to their knees. Daenerys' camp erupted in chaos. Her dragons shrieked, launching into the air, wings battering the wind. Jon gripped the dragon's neck, feeling every twist and shift. Balerion's mind brushed his, full of hunger, challenge, the joy of release. Jon willed the dragon east, toward the rising sun. They soared above the wall, past the haunted forest, skimming low over the frost-bitten trees. Drogon and Rhaegal swept after them, their roars echoing. Balerion banked hard, spinning in a dizzying spiral, and Jon clung tighter, knuckles white. He caught glimpses of Daenerys, astride Drogon, her silver hair streaming, her eyes locked on him with furious disbelief. Balerion dove, plunging toward the ground in a controlled fall, then pulling up with a force that left Jon gasping. The dragons circled, sizing each other up. Balerion's challenge raw and new. Drogon and Rhaegal's response practiced, dangerous. For a moment, it seemed they might clash. 3 dragons above the world, jaws snapping, wings flaring, fire flickering at their throats. But Daenerys pulled Drogon back, signaling caution. Rhaegal followed. Balerion hovered in the air, chest heaving, smoke rising from his nostrils. Jon caught Daenerys' eyes. Across the sky, they regarded each other. Blood of the dragon. kin, rivals. She shouted something, the words lost on the wind. Jon urged Balerion to circle once more, then descend toward the wall, the black dragon's shadow long across the snow. He landed in the courtyard of Castle Black with a shuddering impact. Men scattering, weapons drawn but useless. Jon slid from Balerion's back, boots striking stone. The dragon reared, wings mantled, smoke curling from his jaws. Silence fell. Jon strode forward, long claw sheathed, ghost at his side. Men backed away, fear and awe warring in their faces. Sam stumbled out of the shattered crypt, blinking in the dawn, Arya at his side, eyes shining. Daenerys landed a heartbeat later, Drogon's claws carving trenches in the snow. She slid down, her eyes blazing, her voice cold and furious. "You dare?" she spat. "You steal my birthright? My dragon?" Jon faced her, unflinching. "Balerion chose me, as Drogon chose you." "Never." Her gaze darted between Jon and the black dragon, disbelief flickering to calculation. The men of the Night's Watch watched, torn between terror and hope. "I'm the rightful queen," Daenerys declared, voice rising. "By blood and by fire. No one stands above me." Jon shook his head, voice steady. "The North stands free. We will not kneel, but we will not make war on you unless you force us." Drogon growled, smoke streaming from his nostrils. Balerion answered with a roar that shook the walls. "You would risk everything?" Daenerys hissed. "For pride? For your so-called freedom?" "No." "So?" Jon took a step closer, his voice low. "For the living, the dead are coming. If we fight each other, we all lose." She hesitated. For a moment, Jon saw something flicker in her eyes, doubt or longing, or a ghost of the girl she once was. Arya spoke up, blade at her hip. "We don't have time for this. The enemy is real, and they're closer than you think." Daenerys' mouth twisted. "You speak of the dead like they're more than shadows. I have dragons. I have armies. I am the storm that will wash away the dark." Jon's jaw tightened. "You are not the only storm, Daenerys. Look around you. The men of the Watch, the Northern Lords, wildlings and black brothers alike, watched the exchange in silence." Jon met their eyes, seeing fear and hope mingled in equal measure. He turned to Balerion, stroking the dragon's flank. "We ride for Winterfell at dusk. Anyone who wishes to fight for the living may ride with us. Those who wish only for thrones and crowns can stay behind." The courtyard erupted in shouts, arguments, confusion. Sam hurried to Jon's side, breathless. "She'll not let you go so easily," he whispered. Jon nodded, watching Daenerys as she mounted Drogon and took to the sky, trailing fire and fury behind her. Arya appeared beside him, eyes sharp. "She'll move against you. Tonight, if she can." Jon's mouth was grim. "Then we'll be ready." They spent the day preparing. Messages flew. Men armed themselves. Stores of dragonglass were distributed, the ravens released. Sansa's letter was sent by Fast Rider, bearing news of Balerion and the new alliance, or the hope of one. Sam and Arya kept watch, moving among the men, gathering rumors, tracking Daenerys' movements. Jon spent hours with Balerion, feeding him, grooming him, forging the bond between rider and dragon. Ghost prowled the ramparts, a white shadow in the storm. Dusk fell heavy, the sky purple and bruised. Jon called the men together in the yard. Brothers of the Watch, Northern Lords, wildlings, even a handful of Dothraki and Unsullied, uncertain but curious. He spoke plainly, his voice carrying over the crowd. "The enemy is almost here. The wall will not hold them. We ride south, to Winterfell, to make our stand for the living. Daenerys may choose her own path, but we must stand together. Balerion will fly with me. Those who wish to fight, follow. Those who wish to hide behind walls or thrones, stay." "Make tower." A murmur swept the crowd, then cheers, defiance. The roar of a people choosing to live or die together. Jon mounted Balerion again as the moon rose. The dragon beat his wings, launching skyward, the men below rallying, horses gathering, the wall a white line in the dusk. He saw Daenerys circling above, Drogon and Rhaegal flanking her, her face pale with fury and resolve. For a moment, 3 dragons wheeled above the wall, black, green, and red. Ancient power stirring, the old world and the new colliding. Jon looked down at Winterfell's distant fires, at the dark woods, at the ghosts of all he had lost and all he stood to lose. He felt Balerion's heart thunder beneath him, felt Ghost's distant howl, felt Arya's eyes on his back and Sam's faith in his bones. He flew into the storm, fire at his heels, ice at his throat, destiny spinning wild and bright before him. The game was begun, and the dead were marching. Cal, nay. Wind lashed at Jon's face as Balerion swept southward above the treetops, his shadow rolling over snow-laden pines and half-frozen rivers. Dawn had faded to a dull, bruised gray behind heavy clouds, and the forest below was restless. Branches rattled, wolves howled, and somewhere far east, a horn blew 3 long notes that set the crows screaming from the trees. Jon felt the land's tension in his chest as surely as the chill. He gripped the bone ridge at the base of Balerion's neck, letting the dragon's warmth seep into his bones, anchoring him against the cold that pressed in from every direction. They flew low, skirting the white knife, Balerion's massive wings churning the air, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Jon glanced back. A thin black river of riders streamed south from Castle Black. Night's Watch, wildlings, a scattering of northern lords, their banners whipping in the wind. Somewhere farther behind, Daenerys and her dragons trailed, watchful and wary. Neither queen nor conqueror, not yet. Winterfell's towers broke the monotony of the white plain at last, standing proud and lonely on their hill, black against the snow, smoke rising from the chimneys. Jon guided Balerion into a slow descending spiral. As they circled, he saw the castle's courtyards bristling with activity, archers on the walls, blacksmiths hammering, servants running. The fires burned brighter than he remembered, desperate to hold back the cold. Balerion landed outside the east gate with a ground-shaking thud, snow flying in powdery bursts. Jon slid from his back, boots sinking deep. The gates parted, and Sansa strode forth, cloaked in wolf fur and midnight velvet, her hair unbound, cheeks flushed with cold and resolve. Arya appeared from the shadows beside her, her eyes watchful and predatory. Sansa's composure cracked for only an instant at the sight of the dragon, and her hug was quick and fierce. "You mad fool," she whispered into Jon's ear. "You brought him here." Jon squeezed her hand, silent, unsure what to say. But Arya only grinned, eyes flicking between Jon, Balerion and the streaming tide of men pouring into Winterfell's field. Sansa straightened, surveying the new arrivals. "The lords are frightened. The people are worse. Some say the Night's Watch rides with monsters. Some say you mean to set yourself up as king." "I mean to fight for the living," Jon said quietly. "That's all." Arya smirked. "That never stops them from calling you king." They walked beneath the portcullis, the archers bowing their heads, the crowd parting around Balerion's monstrous bulk. Jon saw Davos among the riders, the Onion Knight's face drawn and worried, and Gendry helping unload barrels of dragon glass from a battered cart. Tormund and his wildlings roared their arrival, already bickering with the Karstarks about sleeping quarters and ale. Balerion hunched beside the outer wall, wings half-folded, tail curling through the snow. The Dairywolves sniffed at him from a distance, hackles raised. Ghost slunk close to Jon's heels, the fur along his spine bristling but his eyes calm. Jon met with Sansa and the assembled lords in the great hall before the fires. Glover, Manderly, Serwyn, the Lady of Baraton, Lyanna Mormont in her furs, all wary, all bristling with the knowledge that everything they'd ever trusted had shifted beneath them. Sansa took the seat at the head of the table, Arya behind her like a silent shadow. Davos spoke first, gravel in his voice. "You've brought half the watch, every wildling south of the wall, and..." He glanced at Balerion's silhouette beyond the high windows. "And a bloody black dragon. What are we to make of this, Jon?" Jon kept his voice even. "We have to stand together. The dead are coming. The wall is breached in more places than I dare count. If we're divided, we're dead. Maestro. Glover's lip curled. And Daenerys Targaryen? Her armies camp less than a mile from our walls. Her dragons circle overhead. Are we to kneel to her? No, Sansa said before Jon could answer, her tone icy. The North does not kneel. Not now, not ever. She'll force the issue soon enough, Arya murmured. She's lost her patience. If she can't rule, she'll burn. Jon said nothing, but inside he was thinking of Daenerys' eyes. How wide and wild they'd grown as she watched him on Balerion's back, the old Valyrian magic leaping unexpectedly to life in the north. She was not defeated, but neither was she sure of her cause now. Davos leaned forward. We must use every weapon we have. The dragon glass, the fire, the walls, and the dragons. He hesitated. All of them. Sansa's gaze found Jon's. Are you certain Balerion will obey you? Jon nodded. He's bonded, as much as any dragon bonds to a man. Noon. The meeting wore on. Plans for supplies, for the defense of the walls, for the evacuation of women and children into the crypts. Gendry smiths distributed axes and spears of black glass. Wildlings and northern men drilled together, Tormund barking orders, Lyanna Mormont shouting encouragement in her tiny, imperious voice. Arya slipped through the shadows, listening, always listening. By nightfall, the sky blazed with unnatural light. The dead were closer now, their scouts seen on the moors. Fires dotted the woods, and the horses were restless in their stalls. Jon found Sansa atop the battlements, her cloak snapping, her breath pluming in the air. She looked out at the frozen dark. You should rest, Jon said. She shook her head. We rest when we're safe. Her gaze slid to Balerion, hulking and smoking in the snow. I saw Daenerys arrive. She's in the Godswood, alone. Jon felt a pang of guilt, but also of necessity. She'll try to force the issue. She'll want me to yield, or fight. Sansa was silent for a long time. Then, don't let her break you, Jon. Promise me that. Then, he promised. Jon found Daenerys by the old heart tree, red leaves shivering in the wind. Drogon and Rhaegal coiled nearby, eyes shining in the firelight, steam curling from their jaws. Daenerys stood with her back to the weirwood, arms crossed, silver hair tumbling loose. You stole my dragon's birthright, she said without turning. You made me look small before all these northern lords. Jon watched her carefully. I did not steal. I claimed what was left to me. Balerion chose me. She turned, face full of wounded pride. You are Targaryen, but you are not king. I am not here to be king. I am here to save the living, Tall. She stalked forward, eyes bright. Will you kneel, Jon? Jon met her gaze. No. And if you try to force me, you will lose more than you know. She studied him, something breaking in her. For a moment, Jon saw the lonely girl she had been, a child in exile, desperate for love, for family, for power. Then her face hardened. The dead are almost here. When this is done, we will have our reckoning. Jon nodded. When this is done, he left her in the shadow of the gods, the old heart tree bleeding its crimson tears. He passed Drogon, who hissed but did not strike, and Rhaegal, who simply watched. Ghost joined him, silent, understanding as always. The next day, the dead arrived. It began before dawn, the night full of strange sounds, distant screams, the thunder of hooves, the thudding of giants' feet. Sentries on the walls shouted alarms as pale shapes spilled from the forest. Hundreds, then thousands. Blue eyes burning in the gloom. The Night King rode at the head, spear raised atop a great undead horse. Balerion sensed the enemy first, rising from the snow. Wings unfurling, a blast of black flame lighting the dawn. Drogon and Rhaegal answered, and suddenly the sky was alive with dragons. Flame meeting frost as the first ranks of the dead hurled themselves at Winterfell's gates. Jon fought beside Tormund and Gendry on the battlements, wielding Longclaw with both hands, Ghost at his side. The dead clambered up the walls, fell in heaps, only to rise again. Arrows of dragonglass felled wights by the dozen. but there were always more behind. Balerion swept the field, flame roaring from his jaws, incinerating whites by the score. Drogon and Rhaegal screamed overhead, raining fire and terror. Still, the Night King advanced, his lieutenants close behind, their swords burning blue with cold fire. Sansa and the children huddled in the crypts, Arya vanishing into the chaos, a shadow among shadows. Sam fought on the steps of the Great Hall, slashing with a dragon glass dagger, his face a mask of terror and resolve. Hours blurred together. Jon lost track of time, lost track of wounds. He saw Lyanna Mormont fall and rise again, a white for a terrible instant until Gendry felled her with a hammer. He saw Davos standing over a wounded boy, fending off whites with a broken sword. Tormund bellowed and vanished beneath a wave of corpses. Jon heard a horn, once, twice, 3 times, urgent, desperate. The gates were failing. He forced his way through the carnage, calling for Balerion. The dragon landed beside him, teeth and claws dripping with blackened flesh. Jon climbed atop his back, felt the old fire surging through his veins. They soared above the battlefield, Jon searching for the Night King, who stood amid a circle of blue fire, unmoved, untouched. Balerion dove, roaring, a black tide of flame erupting toward the White Walker. But the Night King lifted his spear, and the fire parted around him, snuffed out by ice. The dragons circled, Drogon and Rhaegal joining, the 3 great beasts shrieking in defiance. The Night King hurled his spear. Rhaegal twisted in the air, the weapon grazing his wing, and the green dragon tumbled, screeching. Jon urged Balerion lower, searching for Arya. He spotted her on the ramparts, blade flashing, eyes wild. She moved toward the Godswood, pursued by whites. Jon leapt from Balerion's back, landing hard, sword drawn, fighting his way through the chaos. Ghost appeared, teeth snapping, clearing a path. Arya dashed past, into the heart of the Godswood, the Night King gliding after her, cold and inexorable. Jon followed, lungs burning. He found Arya at base of the heart tree, blood on her face, her dagger drawn. The Night King raised his icy sword. Jon shouted, "Arya!" She looked back once, then spun, launching herself at the Night King. He caught her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Jon charged, Longclaw cleaving the air. The Night King turned, cold blue eyes locking with Jon's. Arya struggled in his grip, the dragon-glass dagger slipping from her grasp. Balerion crashed through the trees, jaws open, flame pouring from his mouth. The Night King dropped Arya, twisting away as the fire engulfed him. Jon dragged Arya to her feet as the White Walkers screamed. The Godswood ignited, the heart tree wreathed in dragonfire. The Night King stepped from the flames, ice armor steaming, spear raised. He and Jon clashed, steel on ice, sparks and frost exploding. Arya circled behind, grabbing her fallen dagger. Balerion reared, roaring, his tail lashing through the trees. The Night King's spear flashed. Jon ducked. Arya darted in, blade flashing. 1 stroke, 2, then she leapt, plunging the dagger into the Night King's back. The Night King screamed, the spear falling from his hands, and in a heartbeat he shattered. Ice and darkness exploding outward, a sound like the world ending. The White Walkers fell, the whites collapsed. Silence crashed down. Jon caught Arya as she stumbled, blood soaking her sleeve. Balerion circled them, wings beating, fire dying in his throat. They staggered from the Godswood as dawn broke, red and bloody, over the shattered fields of Winterfell. Sansa emerged, tears streaking her cheeks. Davos, battered but alive, Gendry and Sam, faces haggard, Arya pale but standing. Balerion spread his wings, roaring his victory to the morning. Jon stood in the ruined Godswood, heart pounding, smoke and blood thick in the air, and for the first time since the wall, he let himself hope. They had survived the night, but the Game of Thrones, he knew, was only just beginning. The fires of dawn revealed a battlefield transformed by blood and frost, blackened snow heaped in grotesque drifts where whites had fallen, and the ground churned to red mire by hoof and boot and claw. Winterfell's walls stood battered but unbroken, stained by ash and shadow. The sun was a pale, reluctant thing behind gray clouds, unwilling to bear full witness to the horror below. Jon moved through the aftermath like a man waking from a dream, exhaustion clawing at every muscle. Balerion stalked in his wake, the black dragon's wounds weeping smoke, his massive bulk sending the crows flapping from their grisly feasts. Ghost limped beside Jon, muzzle caked with blood, the wolf's red eyes never leaving his master. Men stumbled in shock around them. Northerners, wildlings, Night's Watch brothers, searching for kin, for wounds, for meaning. Bodies were dragged from the breach by the east gate, and Jon saw Tormund there, bloodied but alive, directing men with a voice that still boomed across the field. Gendry, arm in a sling, helped pull aside the dead, face pale and grim. Sam, half collapsed on a heap of corpses, was weeping openly, his spectacles cracked, dragon glass dagger broken in his fist. Arya sat by the Godswood pond, rinsing the blood from her hands, her face blank and silent. Jon paused by her side. He laid a hand on her shoulder, and for the first time, Arya did not flinch or pull away. "You saved us," he said quietly. "All of us." She nodded once. "You saved me first." She turned to stare at Balerion. The dragon crouched and watchful, his wounds already beginning to close over. "What happens now, Jon?" He shook his head. The wind swept through the heart tree, blowing crimson leaves in slow circles over the blackened ground. "I don't know. I never thought we'd see a dawn." She gave a ghost of a smile. "It's not over. You know that, don't you?" Jon nodded, grim. The Night King was gone. The dead were gone. But the world had changed, and so had he. They rose together and walked to the great hall, passing survivors and mourners alike. Inside, the fires were stoked high, the surviving lords huddled around the tables. Sansa presided, her voice firm despite the tremor that ran beneath every word. Davos limped among the wounded, barking orders with the assurance of a man who had survived too many battles. Lady Mormont's empty chair bore a single sprig of white heather. Jon stood at the center, the eyes of the north fixed on him. Some fearful, some awestruck, all wary. Sansa rose. "We have survived the long night," she said, voice pitched to carry to every corner. "The dead are gone, but we are not yet safe." Davos nodded. "Daenerys camps outside our walls. Her dragons are hungry, and so are her men. She will not wait forever, Jon." A murmur rose in the hall, anxious, sharp-edged. Jon faced them, weariness stripped from his voice. "I do not seek to rule. I want only peace for the North and for all who fought for life. But Daenerys will not accept anything less than a throne. She will demand fealty. We must decide together what we do." Lyanna Mormont's cousin, a girl no older than Arya had been at Winterfell's fall, stood up. "You flew a dragon. You slew the dead. The people will follow you, whether you wish it or not." Another lord called out, "We follow the wolf, not the dragon." Yet another, "You are both, Jon Snow, Stark and Targaryen. Are you king or not?" "Darin." Jon tried to speak, but the words stuck. Sansa stepped in, her gaze unyielding. "Jon is of both houses, but the North will decide its fate. No southerner, no dragon queen, no lord from afar will tell us what we must be." The voices grew louder. Arguments flared, some for open war with Daenerys, some for alliance, some for exile. Arya stood at Jon's side, hand on her blade. Sam appeared behind them, pale but resolute, bandaged fingers clutching a sheaf of torn parchment. As the hall devolved into chaos, a new sound echoed outside, the shriek of a dragon. A hush fell, and all eyes turned toward the doors. Jon strode from the hall, Ghost and Arya following, Sansa and the lords hurrying in their wake. In the snowy yard, Daenerys stood with Drogon and Rhaegal, unsullied at her back, her eyes burning with rage and resolve. Her hair was loose, unbraided, whipped wild by the wind. She looked at Jon, her voice ringing clear. "You defied me. You stole a dragon meant for my blood. You refused my crown." He stood tall, Balerion looming behind, Ghost at his side. "We survived together, Daenerys. The North will not kneel. Not to you. Not to anyone. Megabirante, Ani." She took a step forward, her dragons growling, the Unsullied raising their spears. "Then you have made yourself my enemy." Jon shook his head. "No, I want peace. You have your claim. The North will have its freedom. Let there be no more war." Daenerys' lips curled, frustration flickering across her face. "There can be only one ruler. Fire and blood, Jon. That is the way of House Targaryen." He held her gaze, calm and steady. "Then spill no more blood, or you'll be no better than the dead we just defeated." For a long moment, nothing moved. Then Arya whispered, "She's lost, Jon. She won't stop." Sansa stepped forward, standing with her brother, her voice cold and true. "You will not rule here, Daenerys. Leave the North or face us all." Daenerys' eyes narrowed. "You would stand against dragons?" Jon turned to Balerion, placing a hand on the dragon's black, smoking scales. "The North has its own." At that, Daenerys faltered, as if for the first time she truly saw what Jon had become. A rider, a leader, a symbol of both bloodlines. For an instant, grief warred with fury in her face. "You would fight me," she whispered. "Cousin to cousin?" Jon shook his head. "I would defend my home. I will not let the North burn." The wind howled between them, ancient and pitiless. Then, with a gesture, Daenerys turned and climbed onto Drogon's back, her face carved from ice. Rhaegal followed, unsullied, falling into line. Without a word, she took to the sky, her dragons screaming their defiance, flying south. The yard erupted in cheers and sobs and prayers of gratitude and mourning. Jon stood, heart heavy, watching the queen vanish into the distance. Balerion roared after her, the sound echoing off the broken towers. That night, the North held a funeral for the fallen. Pyres stretched across the field outside the walls. Wildlings, watch brothers, lords, and small folk all alike. Jon lit the first fire. Sansa the second. Arya the third. Sam the fourth, tears running down his cheeks. The flames roared, sending sparks into the black sky. They stood together as the dead burned, watching old enemies and old friends alike turn to ash and memory. Gendry wept for Lyanna Mormont. Tormund drank to the last of his kin. Davos stood beside the Stark children, a silent guardian in the flicker of firelight. When the last pyre was ash, Sansa spoke to the assembled North. "We are fewer, but we are free. The dead are gone. Let us rebuild. Let us remember the cost." The days that followed were full of work. Bodies buried, walls mended, supplies gathered. Winterfell was a hive of motion and purpose, grief softened by the comfort of duty. Sam took charge of the library, salvaging what books and records survived. Gendry rebuilt the forges, shaping new blades from the fragments of the old. Arya patrolled the wilds, hunting whites that still lingered, keeping the memory of the long night close. Jon spent hours with Balerion, tending wounds, forging trust, teaching the dragon the bounds of home and kin. Ghost shadowed him, never straying far. The wolf's fur marked by scars, but his spirit unbroken. Sometimes Jon dreamed of fire and flight, of burning cities and black wings over water. He woke always with a sense of both dread and longing. A council was called. The surviving lords and their banners gathered beneath Winterfell's patched roof. Sansa presided, Jon at her side, Arya behind, Davos and Sam nearby. "We must choose our future," Sansa said. "Not just for ourselves, but for every house, every family, every child who will grow in a world without the dead." Voices clamored for a king, for a queen, for a council of lords. Some wanted Jon crowned, others Sansa. Some called for Arya, who shook her head and laughed. Jon rose, voice soft but sure. "Let the North be free. Let us rule ourselves, as we did before dragons, before thrones. Let us build peace, not more war." The room was silent. Then Lyanna's cousin called out, "King in the North," and others followed, shouting, cheering, banging sword on shield. Jon raised his hands, quieting them. No king, no queen. The North is not a crown. We lead together or not at all. Sansa smiled, her eyes bright with tears. Then, let it be so. The lords agreed, reluctant, but swayed by the night's memory, by Jon's quiet gravity, by the bond that had formed in fire and blood. Outside, the snows began to melt, slow trickles of water running down the stones. Spring felt a distant hope, but a hope all the same. In the days that followed, Jon spent hours in the Godswood, Balerion coiled among the roots, the heart tree's red leaves fluttering above. Arya joined him, sometimes silent, sometimes full of stories of far places and wild dreams. Sansa ruled from the Great Hall, Davos her steward, Sam her maester. Rumors flew, of Daenerys rebuilding her strength in the south, of lords uneasy in the Riverlands, of peace in King's Landing, uneasy but holding. But the North was left to itself, watched over by black wings and a white wolf. One dawn, Jon climbed onto Balerion's back, Ghost at his heels, Arya waving from the wall. They soared above Winterfell, over the rivers and forests. The world spread below like a new page. Balerion's wings cast a long shadow, but Jon felt the sun on his face, the taste of freedom in his lungs. They flew west, following the sun, beyond the lands he'd known, beyond old griefs and new beginnings. He did not know what would come next, what peace, what war, what love or loss. But he knew he would face it with the North behind him, with dragonfire at his side, with hope burning as fiercely as any flame. Below, Winterfell stirred, the future uncertain but unwritten. Sansa watched from her window, a queen in all but name. Arya ranged the wilds, blade flashing, heart light. Sam read in the library. Ghosts prowled the woods. Davos kept the peace. And Jon Snow, Stark, Targaryen, rider of Balerion, became a legend the world would never forget. Balerion's wings sent great shadows rippling over the green and brown patchwork of the North, far beyond Winterfell's stone embrace. Spring came reluctantly, in slow melt and shivering winds, but it came all the same. Jon ranged the sky, the ancient bond with the Black Dragon deepening until Balerion answered to a glance, a whisper, a shift of will as subtle as a heartbeat. Sometimes Arya rode with him, arms tight around his waist, laughter stolen by the wind as they soared over rivers and ruined towers and fields sown with new hope. In those quiet days after the long night, the North busied itself with living. Walls were rebuilt, burnt fields turned over with dragon-glass plows, and wildlings brought seed and stubborn skill to the stony soil. Tormund supervised with endless boasts, declaring, "Southrons plant in dirt, free folk plant in stone and heart." The children of Last Hearth chased each other across the Bailey, fearless, and every night the fires in the Great Hall burned high with food and song. Gendry smithy rang day and night. Davos organized the supplies and the slow return of trade with the South. Though every rumor from beyond Moat Cailin was weighed like a warning, Sansa ruled with the care and certainty of one who'd lost too much to risk losing again. The council she and Jon forged, lords, wildlings, townsfolk, debated every matter in the light, no decisions made behind locked doors. Arya, restless, trained with the guards at dawn, vanished for days at a time, then returned with stories of hidden springs and abandoned villages where green shoots curled through the ashes. Sam built up the library, a little at a time, transcribing memory and loss into the long ledger of the living. But not all shadows passed with winter. The dreams came first, faint, fleeting. Jon dreamed of the wall crumbling, of shadows slithering through the black woods, of a girl with silver hair standing atop a heap of skulls. Balerion stirred in the dark, lifting his head to peer east, as if the dragon heard distant music in the wind. Ravens sometimes came with messages from the Riverlands, lords gathering beneath the banner of House Targaryen, red and black, or the golden lion of Lannister flying uneasily beside the dragon's tail. One morning, Jon returned from a sweep over the neck, rain wet on his face, to find Sansa waiting in the Godswood. She looked tired, her eyes rimmed red, her cloak pulled close despite the flush of early spring. He dismounted and sent Balerion to the shade of the heart tree. "What is it?" Jon asked. Sansa's answer was a letter, sealed with a golden lion rampant. "From the south," she said softly. "From Tyrion." Jon broke the seal. The letter was written in Tyrion's precise, wry hand. "The queen in the south has bent the knee of the Westerlands and the Reach. Lords flock to her for fear of her dragons, and because your name stirs as much terror as hope. She will march north by summer's end. She asks your allegiance. One final time. If you refuse, she will come for you. The game is afoot, and no one is safe." He folded the letter. "She's coming then." Sansa nodded. "She'll want Winterfell. The lords are frightened, Jon. Some whisper we should yield. Others want to fight, but more than that, they want you to lead, as king." Jon shook his head. "We've no need of crowns." "It isn't crowns," she said quietly. "It's trust. They trust you because you gave them hope when there was none left. They trust you because you fly." And Jon let the silence linger, watching Balerion rest beneath the heart tree's bleeding leaves. "If Daenerys comes north, there will be war. If I yield, she'll never stop. If I fight, the realm will bleed again." Sansa's voice was hard, unyielding. "And if you do nothing, we'll lose all we've built. I won't let that happen." Jon placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'll do what I must, for the north." Arya returned the next night, mud caked to her boots, her face alight with dangerous energy. She carried a map she'd drawn herself, marked with the sigils of half a dozen houses. "They gather here," she said, tapping a spot just south of the Twins. "Half the Riverlands. I saw Lannister banners and Tyrell men in the same camp. Daenerys has more than dragons now. She has numbers." Jon traced the path with his finger. "We can't meet her on the open field, but she'll never take Winterfell without blood. She expects you to kneel," Arya said. "But I think she wants something more. She wants you to break." "None?" That night, Jon climbed the ramparts, Balerion's shadow stretching long over the courtyard. He watched the stars wheel overhead, felt the dragon's heart pulsing in time with his own. He remembered Sam's words from the old Valyrian texts. "The blood of the dragon binds rider to beast, not by law or lord, but by need, by fear, by fate." He whispered, "What am I to become?" The only answer was the soft thump of Balerion's tail, and the cold wind threading through the stone. By midsummer, the scouts brought word. Daenerys was coming, her armies cutting a swath north. Every town and holdfast left smoking in her wake if they refused her banner. Rhaegal and Drogon darkened the sky, terror ahead of her column. Some lords broke and ran. Others sent envoys begging for mercy. Only the Starks and their council refused to parley. The council chamber in Winterfell was tense. Davos' face was lined with worry. Gendry scowled into his tankard. Arya cleaned her blade, and Sam read aloud from Tyrion's latest letter. "She offers you the chance to kneel, Jon. You and the council. She will grant you titles, even lordship over Winterfell. But you must bend." Mrs. Joel. Jon shook his head. "If I kneel, we lose everything. She wants a world remade in her image. That's not the world we saved." Gendry slammed his fist on the table. "Let her come then. We'll make her pay." Sansa's gaze was cool, calculating. "We must be smarter than that. Use the walls, the woods, the people's love. And the dragons." Jon met her eyes, the weight of responsibility crushing. "I'll meet her myself. Alone." Arya bristled. "That's madness." "She'll listen," Jon said softly. "She has to." He rode out at dawn, Balerion beneath him, Ghost loping behind. The fields between Winterfell and the southern host were trampled and bare, the air thick with the scent of distant smoke. As Jon approached Daenerys' camp, Unsullied formed a silent phalanx, spears glinting, their discipline as perfect as ever. Drogon crouched behind Daenerys' command tent, his gaze fixed on Balerion with a predator's calculation. Rhaegal perched on a hill beyond, tail lashing. Daenerys waited alone, steel in her bearing, her hair braided in the style of old Valyria, eyes hard as onyx. "Jon," she said as he dismounted, "you've come to surrender." He shook his head. I've come to ask for peace. Let the North be. We've lost too much. We will not kneel." She paced before him, voice rising. "You dare to deny me? After all I've done, after all I've lost, do you think you have the right?" "I think I have the duty," Jon answered. "To my people. To the living. Don't become the thing we fought to destroy." She glared at him, tears bright in her eyes. "You would choose them over me? Over blood? You who ride the black dread, last of Balerion's line." Jon's voice was quiet, final. "I choose the North. I choose freedom." For a long moment she said nothing. Then she turned, mounting Drogon with practiced grace. She called to her army, her voice carrying across the plain. "Let the North see the true meaning of fire and blood." Jon barely had time to mount Balerion before the world erupted in flame. Drogon launched skyward, Rhaegal with him, their shadows blotting out the sun. Balerion roared, leaping to meet them, Jon clinging tight, the wind and fire burning his face. The sky became a battlefield, wings tearing the air, flames splitting the clouds, dragonfire meeting dragonfire in a storm of smoke and thunder. Balerion twisted and rolled, avoiding Drogon's jaws, grappling with Rhaegal above the treetops. Jon's mind merged with the dragon's, rage and sorrow and wild exultation. Below, Daenerys' army surged toward Winterfell's walls. Arrows rained from the ramparts, wildlings and Northmen fighting side by side. Sansa commanded from the gatehouse. Arya darted through the chaos, her blade finding only enemies. Davos kept the wounded alive. Sam and Gilly led children to the crypts, where the past waited, cold and silent. In the sky, Balerion's flame clashed with Drogon's. Rhaegal struck from behind, but Jon pulled hard. Balerion banking, jaws snapping shut around Rhaegal's wing. The green dragon screamed, twisting free, his blood raining down. Drogon slammed into Balerion's side, teeth ripping scales. Jon clung tight, feeling pain radiate up his spine, his vision blurring. Balerion roared, his fire catching Drogon's tail. The black dragon's fury ancient and implacable. Daenerys screamed commands, her eyes wild, her hair a whip of silver. Jon met her gaze across the chaos, pleading without words. She would not yield. Balerion dove, carrying Jon down in a dizzying spiral. Drogon followed, flames searing the air, igniting the fields below. Rhaegal struggled to keep up, his wing torn and bloodied. On the ground, Winterfell's gates buckled under unsullied assault. Sansa ordered boiling oil, wildlings and northerners held the breach. Arya leapt from the shadows, cutting down an officer, melting away again. Gendry and Tormund rallied the men. Ghosts tore through the melee, a white terror. In the sky, Jon knew it must end. He urged Balerion higher, the cold biting his cheeks. Blood slick on his fingers. Drogon pursued, Daenerys' face twisted in desperation. Jon turned, Balerion banking hard, and called out, "A cry part command, part plea die." Balerion slammed into Drogon, the two dragons tumbling, claws raking, teeth tearing. Drogon shrieked, fire exploding from his jaws, but Balerion held fast, his black jaws closing on Drogon's neck. Daenerys screamed, lunging forward, her eyes locking with Jon's for a heartbeat. Sorrow, rage, love, all in a glance. Jon called again, softer, pleading, "Please, Daenerys, let it end." She did not answer. Drogon twisted, breaking free, wings faltering. Rhaegal tried to join, but Balerion lashed out, flame engulfing the wounded dragon, sending him plummeting toward the trees. Below, the battle turned. The Unsullied faltered, the Northmen pressed, wildlings roared. Drogon wheeled, battered and bloodied. Daenerys clung to his back, silver hair streaked with soot and blood. Balerion hovered before them, Jon astride, the two Targaryens, last of their line, facing each other in ruin and fire. "Yield," Jon begged, "or this ends with us both." Daenerys stared, tears streaking her cheeks, defiance burning in her eyes. "I cannot," she urged Drogon forward. Balerion met the charge, fire and shadow, black wings beating against red. The dragons grappled, spinning through the clouds, flame and blood raining over Winterfell. Jon forced himself closer, reaching out, not with words, but with the old magic, the bond of dragon and dragon rider, of kinship, of grief. For a moment, he felt Daenerys' pain, her loneliness, her fear. Then Drogon faltered, exhausted, wings dragging. Balerion broke free, holding Drogon fast. Jon met Daenerys' eyes, silent. "Don't make me," he whispered. But Daenerys only clung tighter, face shining with tears and fury. Balerion roared, flame bursting from his jaws. Drogon twisted away, battered, broken, carrying Daenerys south into the gathering dusk. Rhaegal crashed to the ground, wounded but alive. The Northmen surged from Winterfell's gates, the remaining unsullied thrown back, the field littered with dead and dying. Jon landed Balerion beside the shattered walls. The black dragon, bleeding and smoke-wreathed, stood sentinel as the battered defenders greeted their rider. Arya appeared, face streaked with grime and blood. Sansa embraced Jon, her strength shuddering. The battle was over. The North had endured. Night fell at last, cool and clean. Jon sat beside the Godswood pond, Balerion at his back, Ghost curled at his side. The air was full of the scent of ash and spring. Arya knelt beside him, her voice soft. "She'll come again." Jon nodded. "Maybe, but not tonight." "Them?" Sansa joined them, cloak drawn tight, her eyes clear. "The North will heal. It always does." Jon watched the moon reflected in the pond, the heart tree's branches framing the silver disk. He felt the bond with Balerion, pain, pride, longing, and knew the world would never be as it was. He stood, looking at his sisters, at the battered walls, at the sky where dragons had clashed and fate had spun anew. Tomorrow, there would be questions of peace, of rule, of rebuilding a world forever changed. But tonight, there was only the living and the memory of fire and the promise of dawn. And Jon Snow, last of Balerion's riders, watched over it all as legend and man, with wolf and dragon and the hope of a future shaped by his own unyielding heart. Wow. When dawn broke the next morning, Winterfell's battered walls were draped with smoke and dew. The dead were already being counted, and the wounded were gathered in the great hall, every bench turned to a bed, every hearth to a healing fire. The banners of the North hung limp from their standards, crusted with soot and blood, but they hung still. No dragon had pulled them down. Jon stood on the ramparts with Sansa and Davos, watching the fields beyond the gates. The earth was scarred and pitted, torn by dragon fire and battle. Blackened swathes marked where Balerion and Drogon's fury had clashed, while farther out, piles of broken spears and abandoned shields told the tale of Daenerys' retreat. A hush had settled over the castle, the eerie quiet that follows not just a battle, but the shifting of an age. Balerion crouched on the southern bailey, larger than ever, wounds scabbing over in smoky whorls, eyes ever vigilant. Ghost prowled the yard, nosing the fallen and baring his teeth at any stranger too near the dragon. Rhaegal, battered and limping, lay in the shade of the Godswood. Wildlings and Northmen, both tending to his wounds with cautious awe. Arya, mud-spattered and silent, took up a post on the ruined gatehouse, every bit the shadow of death that she'd become in the wars and darkness. Sansa turned from the carnage. Her voice was low, tight with command. "The lords want counsel. Some are already whispering. We have held the North, but they want a plan. For Daenerys, for the South, for what comes next." "Namonse." Davos nodded. Lines cut deep into his weathered face. "The men saw you, Jon. They saw you atop Balerion, standing against her and her dragons both. They'll follow you if you ask it. But the cost will be steep. Every raven from the south brings talk of Daenerys gathering her strength, and some say King's Landing is ripe to fall to her if it hasn't already." Jon shook his head. "I didn't want this. I never wanted to rule." "It isn't about wanting," Sansa said. "It's about what's needed." He stared out, eyes stinging from smoke and lack of sleep. "What's needed is peace. But if she comes again—" "She will," Arya called from the gatehouse. "She won't let this stand." She'll bring every banner she can buy or burn. Jon glanced up at his sister, then back at Sansa and Davos. I'll speak to the council. I'll speak for the North. But I won't promise war. Not unless she leaves us no choice. Davos clapped him on the back. Spoken like a king who wants to be anything but. Before midday, the lords were gathered in the great hall, the air thick with the heat of the fire and the whispers of men who'd survived too much. Glover, Manderly, Serwyn, Lyanna's cousin, the Lady of Barrowton, wildling chieftains, and old black brothers of the Night's Watch, all met as equals now, scars unhidden. Jon stood at the head of the table, not on the dais but among them. Sansa took the seat beside him, Davos at his left, Arya prowling the shadows with her wolf's gaze. The war is not over, Jon began, his voice rough. Daenerys is wounded, but not defeated. She'll return or send her armies. We must decide. Do we hold our ground, make peace, or strike first? Glover thumped the table. She brought fire to our fields. My sons died fighting unsullied at the gate. I'll have no peace with her. Manderly's beard quivered with rage and weariness. Peace means nothing if she means to break us. A wildling chief grinned, broken teeth shining. Let her come. Northmen and free folk broke the dead. We'll break her too. Sansa raised a hand, her tone measured. If we fight again, many more will die. We must be ready, but we must be wise. Jon has kept us alive. He fought for the living. Let him decide our path. Mental. A hush. Arya met Jon's eyes, her look unreadable. Jon's hands clenched on the table's edge. I will not seek out war, but I will not kneel. The North stands free. If Daenerys wants blood, she'll find us ready. The lords nodded, one after another. Some grudging, some fierce, all united in a cause they'd not chosen but accepted. That night, the council planned. Davos managed the repairs, Gendry hammered out new axes and armor. Arya scouted the southern woods with packs of wildlings at her side, and Sam compiled every scrap of news that ravens or refugees could bring. The North was a fortress, and Jon its reluctant heart. A week passed in wary preparation. Scouts rode far south, bringing word of Daenerys' movements. Her armies lingered in the riverlands, burning holdfasts that defied her, gathering followers with promises and threats. Rumors spread of Tyrion Lannister moving among the camps, trying to cool the Queen's fury, and of Varys the Spider sending messages both north and south. Winterfell's nights were uneasy. Jon walked the battlements alone, Balerion sometimes joining him, black scales glimmering in the moonlight. The bond between them grew stronger. Jon felt it in his bones, a sense of watchfulness, hunger, longing that was half his own and half ancient, reptilian will. In dreams, Jon soared over the world, seeing through the dragon's eyes. Rivers burning, cities in ruin, a silver-haired woman screaming as a city crumbled beneath her. He woke each morning with Balerion smoke curling through the yard, the world on a knife's edge. One dawn, Arya found Jon by the godswood, Balerion curled behind him, ghost at his feet. She handed him a letter, sealed with black wax, the sigil a spider. It's from Varys, Arya said. Sam thinks he's trying to play both sides. Jon opened the letter. The words were careful, elegant. Your Grace, the realm is weary. The Queen's fire grows wild. She listens to few, and fewer still can reach her heart. If you wish peace, there are those in King's Landing who would support your claim. The South remembers Rhaegar's mercy, not just his doom. Do not let dragons destroy what's left of Westeros. If you are willing, meet me at the Trident when the moon is next full. Come alone, or with those you trust as kin. I promise safe conduct. The aim is moving, and pieces fall quickly now. Varys, Dut. Jon handed Arya the letter. It's a trap or a plea. Either way, I'll go. Arya shook her head. You shouldn't go alone. He smiled, tired. I never am. He left Winterfell at dusk, riding Balerion, Arya and Ghost close behind, slipping through wild country along forgotten tracks. They flew above burnt villages and empty fields, avoiding Daenerys patrols, watching the roads for banners of red or black. At the ford of the Trident, The river shone silver beneath the moon. Varys was waiting, cloaked and shivering, alone but for a pair of nervous horses. Tyrion emerged from the trees, lantern in hand. "My lords," Tyrion greeted, bowing low. "I wish this meeting was under better stars." Jon slid from Balerion's back, Arya close, ghost eyes reflecting the firelight. Varys bowed. "Your Grace, Lady Arya. We are all but shadows, but some shadows are heavier than others." Jon spoke simply. "Why have you called us?" Varys' eyes flickered. "Daenerys burns through her friends as fast as her enemies. She cannot rule through fear forever. The lords of the South grow restive. Some say the Iron Throne should pass to one who brings peace, not fire." Tyrion met Jon's eyes. "She will not stop, Jon. She loves you, or she hates you. I can no longer tell which. But I know this. She sees you as a rival now. She will destroy the North or die trying." "Danny D." Jon's face was hard. "What would you have me do?" Varys looked at Arya, then Jon. "Proclaim yourself. Rally the realm behind you. The North will stand. The Riverlands will follow. Many in the West and the Reach whisper your name with hope. If you do not act, the realm will drown in fire." Jon shook his head. "I did not want the throne. I still do not." Tyrion's smile was bitter. "What you want has never mattered. Not in this game. They know we." Arya's hand found Jon's. "If you wait, she'll strike first." Jon looked at the river, at the sky, at the two men whose words could doom thousands. "I will not betray the North for a crown, but I will defend it. If Daenerys comes, I will meet her one last time. If she yields, there will be peace. If not..." Varys' sigh was like the wind. "So be it. The last Targaryen war." Tyrion touched Jon's shoulder, eyes sad. "You are the better man, Jon. I wish that were enough." They parted at the riverside, the moon silvering Balerion's wings as Jon and Arya flew north. Ghost ran below, tireless and fierce. Jon's heart was heavy. Every choice he made closed another door. When he returned to Winterfell, the lords gathered at once. Sansa read the letter aloud, her voice unwavering. The council debated, tempers flaring, some clamoring for Jon to ride south, others begging to fortify the neck, some demanding he call himself king and march to war. In the end, it was Arya's voice, calm, cold, sharp as the steel sheathed at her hip, that cut through the noise. "We did not survive the dead to kneel before a queen who would burn us all. Jon stands for the living. The North stands with him." "Menterat." Sansa nodded, her decision clear. "Prepare the defenses. Gather every house. If Daenerys wants the North, she will have to take it from us, stone by stone, life by life." Jon watched as the North transformed. Watchtowers rebuilt, forges blazing, dragonglass and steel distributed to every hand. Balerion grew stronger, his wounds healed, his fire hot enough to melt stone. Arya rode at his side, ghost beneath. Sansa ruled from Winterfell, Davos her hand, Sam her maester. At last, word came. Daenerys was marching. Her host stretched for miles, unsullied, Dothraki, men of the Reach and the Riverlands who'd bent or been broken. Drogon, wounded but burning, led her vanguard, and above her banners flew the red three-headed dragon, tattered but proud. Jon waited atop the walls of Winterfell, Balerion coiled behind him. Arya stood with the archers, ghost at her feet. Sansa joined the lords in the great hall, ready to command, ready to endure. The sky darkened with dragons. The earth shook with armies. When the horns sounded and the world seemed to hold its breath, Jon looked to his sisters, to his people, and knew he was not alone. Balerion took flight, Jon astride, soaring to meet fate head-on. The last battle for the North began as all things do, in fire, in blood, in the hope that somewhere beyond the ashes, something new might rise. And above it all, the Black Dread roared, and the North did not yield. A hush fell over the walls of Winterfell, the very stones seeming to hold their breath as Jon mounted Balerion one final time. The air tasted of frost and smoke, and the banners above the ramparts shivered in a chill, uncanny wind. Below, the North's defenders, Northerners, wildlings, Night's Watch, those who had survived fire and death, stood arrayed with dragonglass and steel, faces painted by the flicker of torches. Sansa's voice rose over the courtyard, crisp and clear, giving orders, steadying men whose nerves were frayed to the edge. Arya moved among the shadows of the battlements, Ghost pacing at her side, a silent promise that the blood of the wolf ran yet in the bones of Winterfell. Jon paused beside the heart tree in the Godswood before taking flight, Balerion's black scales shining in the pale sun. The ancient tree's face, red sap oozing like old wounds, watched him impassively. Jon pressed a hand to the trunk. "I have never wanted this," he whispered. Not sure if he spoke to gods or ghosts or only the wind, but I will see it through. Balerion crouched in the mud and snow, wings furled tight, great yellow eyes blinking with ancient intelligence. When Jon climbed onto his back, there was no fear, no hesitation, only the certainty of the bond between them, old as fire, old as death. The horns on Winterfell's wall sounded, a low, rolling moan. In the distance, the banners of House Targaryen crested the southern horizon, red dragons rippling above an army that seemed endless, unsullied in their silent phalanx, Dothraki riding like a black tide behind, armored knights of the Reach and Riverlands, their lords sullen and wary, driven by fealty or fear. At their heart rode Daenerys Stormborn, silver hair unbound, cloak whipping behind her, Drogon at her side, and Rhaegal, limping, trailing the column like a wounded shadow. Jon raised his head as Balerion unfurled his wings. The dragon's first beat sent a blast of wind across the yard, scattering ash and snow, making men stagger and shield their faces. The second beat carried Jon up above the wall, the world falling away. Below, men cheered or screamed, and the enemy's ranks faltered as the black dread took to the sky. The air was alive with sound. Hoofbeats, shouts, the shriek of metal, and now the thunder of wings as 3 dragons circled above the field between armies. Drogon's roar was a challenge, a demand, a promise of fire. Balerion's answer shook the very clouds, deep and endless. The cry of an old world refusing to die. Jon watched Daenerys across the chasm of air, her face a mask of fury and sorrow. For an instant he remembered her in another place, softer, laughing, hope shining in her eyes. That Daenerys was gone. This one would not turn back. Daenerys raised her hand. The Unsullied advanced, shields lifted, spears gleaming, the ground trembling under the march. Dothraki streamed around them, howling, blades flashing. Behind, the lords of the south hesitated, eyes on the sky. Jon turned Balerion, voice lost in the wind but heard by the beast all the same. Together, dragon and rider dove, black wings casting a shadow like night over Daenerys' host. Fire burst from Balerion's jaws, a torrent of heat that rolled over empty fields, scorching the earth between the armies. A warning, not a slaughter. The North's line held, archers notching arrows tipped with dragonglass, wildlings shouting curses in the old tongue. Arya appeared atop the gatehouse, bow drawn, eyes fixed on the enemy's vanguard. Across the fire-blackened field, Daenerys wheeled Drogon, eyes blazing. She spoke in High Valyrian, and Drogon answered, diving at Balerion, flames surging from his jaws. The 2 dragons clashed mid-air, talons raking, wings beating, flame against flame. Jon clung to Balerion's neck as they spun, Drogon's fire boiling over their scales, the world reduced to smoke and thunder. Rhaegal joined, circling, wounded but savage. Below, the armies met in chaos. Steel crashed, spears broke, men died screaming. The Unsullied's line drove hard at the Northmen, but wildlings flanked, axes swinging. Gendry led the smiths and small folk, a hammer in each hand. Davos organized the wounded, his voice steady amid madness. Sansa moved between wounded and dying, giving orders, binding wounds, her eyes bright and unblinking. Arya slipped into the chaos, moving from shadow to shadow, striking where lines faltered, her blade flashing in the gloom. In the sky, Balerion and Drogon locked jaws, wings battering the air. Jon drew Longclaw, and the dragon's fire seared the blade's edge, turning it to a beacon of white heat. He urged Balerion upward, breaking free from Drogon's grasp. Otto. For a moment, he and Daenerys circled, their dragons panting, bleeding, smoke pouring from scorched mouths. "Yield," Jon called across the void, his voice hoarse. "This will end with us both dead, and the world with us." Daenerys' face was stricken, her hair wild, eyes red with loss and fury. "I cannot. You are the only one who stands between me and my destiny." "And then, your destiny is not built on ashes," Jon pleaded. "Let it go, let us live." She did not answer, but Drogon's shriek was answer enough. The dragon dove, fire spewing toward Winterfell's walls. Balerion met him head-on, flames crashing, scales splitting. They collided above the gates, clawing, raking, rolling through the sky. Drogon bit deep into Balerion's shoulder. Balerion's talons tore at Drogon's wing. Blood, black and red, rained down on the field below. On the ground, the battle swung wild. The North's left faltered as Dothraki broke through, but Arya appeared, leading a band of wildlings and archers, halting the charge. Ghost fought beside her, white fur streaked with blood. Sansa stood on the wall, rallying the defenders, her voice steady as steel. Davos found her, breathless, reporting a breach at the eastern tower. Sansa sent Glover's men to plug the gap, her command unquestioned. Balerion's roar rolled across the field as the dragons broke apart, battered and bloody. Rhaegal, maddened by pain, lunged at Drogon, sending them spiraling downward, claws locked. Jon urged Balerion after them, all three dragons crashing into the outer yard, sending men scattering. Jon leapt from Balerion's back as Daenerys slid from Drogon, landing hard on the churned mud. For a moment, it was just them, surrounded by fire. Dying men, the stench of blood and smoke. "Don't do this," Jon said, raising Longclaw, but not in threat. "You can still end it. You can still live." Daenerys advanced, grief contorting her face. "You took everything. You stole my dragon's birthright. You stole the North. You would steal the world from me." Jon shook his head, tears in his eyes. "No. You can still choose mercy." Behind her, Drogon reared, broken but unbowed. Balerion staggered, smoke rising from his wounds. Rhaegal crawled, battered, whimpering. "I am fire and blood," Daenerys hissed. "I am the dragon." She drew a dagger of Valyrian steel, advancing. Jon did not raise his sword. He stepped into her, grabbing her wrist. For a moment, the two Targaryens struggled, ancient power crackling between them. Arya appeared from the smoke, blade at Daenerys' throat. Daenerys snarled, spinning, driving Arya back. "You again. The wolf who will not die." "Dem, it's a dante," Sansa shouted from the wall. "Jaw!" Daenerys lunged. Arya ducked, blade flashing. Jon caught Daenerys' arm, twisting the dagger from her hand. She gasped, stunned, then crumpled to her knees, staring up at him. Tears streaming down her face. Jon knelt. "It doesn't have to end like this." Daenerys closed her eyes. "It does. It always does." Behind them, Drogon bellowed, wings beating in anguish. Balerion shuddered, lowering his massive head beside Jon, the heat of his breath burning away the mist. Daenerys looked at Jon, so close now she could see the pain in his eyes. "Burn it all," she whispered. "Or let it go." Jon bowed his head, his own tears falling. He drew Daenerys close, holding her as the world spun around them. "I forgive you," he whispered. She shuddered in his arms. The battle had stilled, the cries of dying fading. Sansa's voice called out, "The Queen is defeated. The North stands." Jon held Daenerys as she wept, her rage spent. Her ambition crumbled to dust. He rose, helping her to her feet. "You will not be queen, but you are not alone. There is another path, if you will take it." She stared at him, searching his face. At last, she nodded. A whisper. "Show me." Jon turned to the field, raising his voice. "The war is over. The Dragon Queen yields. The North stands free. Let there be no more blood. A cheer rose, ragged, stunned, spreading through the lines of Northmen and wildlings and even the battered ranks of the South. Arya sheathed her blade, her face unreadable. Sansa bowed her head in relief. Drogon slumped to the ground, exhausted. Balerion's wounds steamed in the cold, but he stood tall, head high, eyes bright. The survivors gathered, Gendry, Davos, Sam, the lords of the North, the wildling chiefs. Daenerys stood beside Jon, her crown lost, her future uncertain. Sansa approached, her voice gentle but firm. "You have spared the North, Daenerys. If you seek peace, you may have it. But you will never rule here." Daenerys nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I understand." In the days that followed, the armies dispersed. The Unsullied marched south, weary and diminished. The Dothraki rode for the plains, seeking a home in the lands beyond the Trident. The lords of the Reach and Riverlands bent knee to their own, breaking away from the Targaryen cause. Sansa ruled from Winterfell, her council of lords and smallfolk setting laws, restoring fields and homes, offering food to friend and former foe alike. Arya left on a wind-blown morning, Ghost at her side, heading west into the wild country, a legend already in life. Jon spent his days tending to Balerion's wounds, learning the language of dragons, teaching the children of the North not to fear. Daenerys lingered, her spirit battered, learning, slowly, to live without the hunger for crowns. Sometimes she walked with Jon beneath the heart tree, the past a distant 8. In the end, Balerion's black wings still soared above the North. A promise that some legends could be reborn, not to rule but to guard. The North endured, not because of a throne, but because of kinship and choice and the long memory of winter. Jon looked to the horizon each dawn, knowing peace was never certain, that the world was never truly safe. But as long as he lived, as long as Balerion's shadow swept the snows, he would see it kept. In the end, the North belonged to its people, and Jon, son of ice and fire, was at last at home, in a land remade by war, by sorrow, and by the unyielding hope that comes only after darkness. And the song of dragons echoed in the dawn, gentle, fierce, and free. Ka-kay. The days that followed the final clash of dragons moved like thawing rivers, slow, inexorable, reshaping the North in their silent passing. The snows receded, exposing black earth and broken stones. Fields scorched where fire had reigned, groves splintered where steel had clashed. The blood that had been shed soaked in and vanished, as it always did. Yet every survivor bore its memory on their faces and in their hearts. Peace, when it finally settled over Winterfell, felt brittle as new ice. Yet Jon clung to it with all the stubbornness the North had bred in him. Balerion's presence was both a shield and a riddle. The black dragon, wounds half healed and scales regaining their obsidian sheen, patrolled the skies above the castle and its lands. The people came to marvel at him, first with fear, then with a reverent awe. Children pressed to the parapets to watch him soar, their laughter echoing between the towers, and old men whispered tales in the yard, stories of Aegon and his sisters, of the age before the dragon slept. Jon found himself both more and less than he had been before. The burden of war weighed heavy, yet the simple acts of living, helping Sansa organize seed and livestock, walking with Arya through the shadowed woods, listening to Sam's dreams for a new library, brought a quiet balm. He did not seek counsel for every matter, but those who remembered the long night came to him in moments of doubt, trusting his word, trusting the steadiness in his gray eyes. Daenerys remained at Winterfell in the weeks after the battle, an exile in all but name. She walked the ramparts with Jon in the evenings, her silver hair braided simply, no longer crowned. The sharp edges of her rage had dulled to something quieter, a sorrow perhaps, or a hunger she was learning to temper. She spoke seldom, but when she did, her voice was low and searching. One night, beneath a sky alive with northern stars, she stood beside Jon atop the broken outer wall. Balerion perched nearby, vast and unmoving, his breath sending faint plumes into the chill. "Have you ever wished to forget?" she asked, not looking at him. Jon considered the question. "If I forgot, I would only become someone else, and the world would have no memory of what we lost." She nodded, silent a long while. "In Meereen I thought I was a breaker of chains. In Westeros I became their queen of ashes. Here I am only myself, and it terrifies me." Denider. Jon's hand, battered and calloused, rested atop hers. "No one is only themselves. You're part of what comes next if you choose it." A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "You sound like a maester." He shrugged. "Sam's been lecturing me again." She laughed. A soft, real sound. And for a moment, she looked almost young. Arya watched from the shadows, arms folded. Her wolfish smile, half sad. She had become a legend in the north. The girl who fought the dead. The shadow who slew men twice her size. Yet even she seemed changed, her eyes haunted at times, as if searching the horizon for something she could never name. "You should go," Jon said to her, one night as they watched the sun sink behind the godswood. Arya raised an eyebrow. "Go where?" "Wherever you wish. South, west, beyond the sea. You've earned your freedom, Arya." She grinned. "Freedom isn't something you're given, Jon. It's something you take." She nodded toward Balerion, who slumbered near the pond. "Just like you did." "I didn't want." "You never do," Arya interrupted, and for a moment her smile was fierce and proud. "That's why you deserve it." She left at dawn, Ghost at her side. No fanfare, no goodbyes. Only a brief clasp of hands with Sansa, a whispered promise to Jon, and a new dagger in her belt. The yard seemed emptier after she was gone, but every night, Jon thought he heard a distant howl echoing from the wilds, and he smiled, knowing she was still out there. Winterfell rebuilt itself with the tenacity of the Old North. Sansa's council grew with each passing day. Lords and ladies, wildling chieftains, even men from the Riverlands and the Reach who had no home in the south. Davos was everywhere, overseeing the building of new storehouses, repairing gates, keeping the peace between old enemies now forced to labor side by side. Gendry's forges never cooled, and Sam, now calling himself Maester Tarly, began taking on pupils, teaching letters and numbers to anyone who wished to learn. The memory of the war faded, but it was never far. Each new stone in the walls, each seed sown, was a kind of defiance. The promise that the world could begin again. Jon, though the lords called him king in the north behind his back, refused every offer of crown or throne. Sansa ruled, and the council's voice was law. When men grumbled, he simply showed them his scarred hands and told them there was work to be done. One late spring evening, Jon was summoned to the Godswood by Sam. He found the maester waiting beneath the heart tree, its face streaked red by the setting sun. "There's news," Sam said. "From the south." Jon's pulse quickened. "Daenerys." Sam shook his head. "No, Dot. From Tyrion. King's Landing is in turmoil. The lords of the Reach and Stormlands rebelled. The Lannisters are besieged in the Red Keep. There's talk of a new council, even a great council to decide the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. Nouse." Jon exhaled, shoulders sagging with relief and fatigue both. "Let them. The North is done with their wars." Sam nodded. "But it means something. The realm is changing. What we built here, it might spread." Jon looked up at the heart tree, at the long scars and ancient wounds. "We'll tend our own garden first." Daenerys joined them a little later, a letter clutched in her hand. "The council in King's Landing has offered me lands in the south, a seat, and a new name if I'll renounce my claim. They call it Mercy. Then..." Jon met her gaze. "Will you take it?" She was quiet, thinking. "I don't know who I am without the dragon, without the fire." "You're still you," Jon said. "You always will be." She reached for his hand, her fingers trembling just slightly. "And if I stay," he squeezed gently, "then you're welcome here." She smiled, and this time it reached her eyes. That summer was long and green. Balerion took to flying far afield, ranging as far as the Neck and even once as far as White Harbor, returning each time with the scent of salt and distant storms in his scales. The people came to accept him, even to love him. On feast days, he would circle the towers as the children cheered, and Jon, smiling, would remember another age, another Targaryen, but a better ending. When autumn arrived, the harvest was full, the granaries brimming. Sansa's council hosted lords from every corner of the north and from the wildlings' new settlements, forging alliances, settling old scores, ensuring no one voice could rule unchecked. Jon stood on the wall one evening, Balerion at his side. As a golden sunset spilled over fields of barley and rye, Sansa joined him, her hair bright in the light. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked quietly. He thought of the long road, the friends lost, the war survived. He thought of Balerion's first flight, Arya's last smile, Daenerys' tears drying in the wind. "No," he answered. "I regret the pain, the loss, but not this. Not the hope." Sansa smiled, strong and sure. "Then we will keep it, as long as we can." In the days that followed, rumors came and went, of a council in King's Landing, of peace in the west, of Daenerys finally riding south to accept her new name and lands, leaving Winterfell as quietly as Arya had gone. Sam sent ravens to the new Grand Maester, exchanging books and seeds and plans for roads. Gendry married a blacksmith's daughter and built a new forge by the river. Jon remained. He walked the woods at dawn, hunted with the wildlings, watched children ride ponies in the yard. When the snows returned, he and Balerion flew above the White Knife, following the river to the sea. Once, Jon saw a lone wolf on an island of ice, and though he could not be sure, he felt in his heart it was Ghost, and perhaps Arya too, living wild and free. Seasons turned. Children were born. The north, battered and scarred, grew strong again. And sometimes when the air was just right, and the northern lights shimmered above Winterfell, Jon would climb atop Balerion, his cloak snapping behind him, and the two would rise into the endless sky, the wind singing a song of freedom. Below, Sansa and her council ruled wisely, the fires of the great hall burning high. Arya's name was spoken in the stories children told at dusk, and Daenerys' legend softened, remembered not as a conqueror, but as a queen who learned mercy in exile. Jon Snow, never a king, never a conqueror, but always a brother, a friend, and the rider of the Black Dread, became in the end the soul of the North itself, resilient, quiet, fierce when needed, and free. And high above the white world, where sky met ice and memory faded into myth, Balerion flew on, the last of the dragons, a living promise that hope could always be born from fire. Winter's cold no longer cut so deep. The snowdrifts clinging to the Winterfell walls had retreated into pale ribbons, vanishing beneath the green blades of spring. Still, the air in the north never quite lost its edge, and Jon Snow carried the bite of it in his bones. He rose each morning with the sun's pale fingers splayed through the arrow slits, found himself at the ramparts before even the crows, eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The fields outside Winterfell had healed in the season's span, green and golden and stitched with the first riot of wildflowers, but no harvest nor songbird's call could ever truly erase the scars in the earth, or in the memories of those who had survived the dragon's last war. Balerion's presence was now as common a sight to the north as ravens on the rooftops. Children ran to the walls to watch him when he soared. The bravest of stable hands, given leave, sometimes brought out buckets of fresh meat and returned to boast of how close they'd stood to the shadow of legend. The smiths spoke of his scales with envy and awe, and Gendry more than once sketched crude designs for new armor, each more impractical than the last. Yet Balerion kept his distance from most. He preferred the far field, or the banks of the White Knife, where the waters ran cold and undisturbed, and the rushes concealed herons he could snap up with a flick of his jaws. Jon often visited him there alone, finding comfort in the dragon's ancient company. He would speak to Balerion softly, sharing news of the castle or the dreams that still troubled his nights. visions of snow falling on sunlit towers, Arya riding beyond the sunset. The echo of Daenerys' footsteps through halls had never entered. Sometimes Jon sat in silence, hand pressed to Balerion's warm flank, feeling the dragon's slow, thunderous heart. There was peace in it. A reminder that even the great and terrible things of the world could become gentle, could find belonging. Within Winterfell, Sansa ruled in name and in spirit. She had grown into her seat as Lady of Winterfell like a tree taking root. Her council, Davos, Gendry, Sam, and the heads of the northern houses, met each week, voices raised in debate and laughter alike. The wildlings, now more than guests, became neighbors, teaching the North to hunt with nets and dogs, to read the wind and find secret springs. In return, Sansa and Sam oversaw the building of houses for them, with high stone walls and thatch thick enough to keep out even the worst blizzard. Arya's name lingered in the air, on the lips of children who heard the tales, of guards who'd shared night watches with her, and woke still expecting to find her at their side. Sometimes word came, a message left at the last hearth, or a wildling story from the far hills. Always the same, a small woman quick as a lynx, moving through the trees with a white wolf at her heel, never staying long, always asking questions. Jon would hear these stories, smile, and walk the ramparts a little lighter for the knowing. Sam's library flourished. The great hall, once a place for feasts and laments, was now alive with voices reading, children learning their letters, and old men arguing over histories. The ravens came and went, carrying letters to distant places. To the council in King's Landing, to Tormund in the true north, to Gilly's kin along the Green Fork. There were even messages exchanged with Dorne, careful and courteous. And Sam, blushing but proud, oversaw each one. Davos, no longer a knight but every inch the hand, oversaw the rebuilding of the North's defenses. Under his direction, villages burned by the war were refounded, with new wells and watchtowers. His voice, gravelly and wry, could be heard in the yards most mornings, reminding boys to keep their shields up and girls to mind the cooking fires. He kept the peace, gently but firmly, and the North came to rely on him as they did on the rising sun. When news came from the south, it arrived in fragments, like wind through broken glass. King's Landing was ruled now by a council, its throne room empty. The Iron Throne itself rumored melted down, and its gold turned to coin for the poor. Daenerys' name was spoken with less bitterness as time passed. She was a shadow on the margins of politics, said to have taken lands near Old Town, to be learning to rule without fire or threat. Some said with kindness. Tyrion wrote twice to Sansa, long missives of wit and warning, urging the North to remember that peace is a garden, not a fortress. On the last night of spring, as the moon rose fat and gold over Winterfell, Jon found himself restless. He walked the godswood, leaves whispering overhead, the pond silver in the starlight. There he found Daenerys, standing barefoot in the shallows, skirts bunched, her pale hair loose about her shoulders. She turned as he approached, water lapping at her ankles. "I can't sleep," she said softly. Jon smiled, small and rueful. "I never could, after battle. There's always something waiting in the dark." She looked down, watching minnows flicker around her toes. "In the city, when I was young, I used to dream of dragons coming to save me. Now I dream of them burning all I love." Jon sat on the bank, knees drawn up. "He's not the dragon you dreamed of as a child, but he's become something else, hasn't he?" Daenerys knelt beside him, her arms wrapped around her knees. "He's become home." They were quiet a long while, fireflies spinning in the air, the world holding its breath. At last she spoke. "I'll be leaving soon." He looked at her, startled. "Where will you go?" She shrugged, a gesture as old as grief. "The council in King's Landing offers me lands by the Honeywine. I could do some good there, maybe. I've learned enough of war. Perhaps I'll learn to build instead of burn." "Never memoir." Jon nodded, understanding, and relief tangled together in his chest. "You're welcome here always, if you want to stay." She smiled, brushing his cheek with cold fingers. "If I stayed, I would never learn who I could become without crowns or dragons." He wanted to say more, but the words failed. In the end, he squeezed her hand and let her go. She departed 3 days later, mounted on a swift gray horse, a single trunk behind her. Balerion watched her go, rumbling softly, then rose and wheeled above her as she rode south, a blessing and a farewell both. The people of Winterfell watched in silence, many uncertain what they had lost, or what they had kept. Jon watched from the wall until she was a speck on the horizon. Time passed, as it always did. Arya's legend grew, her trail marked by tales of justice. Wildlings spared, bandits driven from the wood, and children rescued from the snows. Sam's library doubled, then tripled, scholars arriving from far places to copy old books and teach new lore. Davos sent ships from White Harbor down the coast, and the first true market fair was held at Moat Cailin, where wildlings and Southrun traders haggled over honey and glass. Each year, as the harvest was gathered, Jon and Balerion flew above the fields, watching the people below, now truly his people, bring in the barley and the rye, laughing as they pointed at the great black wings passing overhead. Once, Gendry managed to fit a steel saddle to Balerion's back, and Jon rode with a child before him, the boy's laughter carrying clear even above the wind. When winter came again, it was gentler, as if the land remembered mercy. The fires in Winterfell burned bright. Jon took his meals with the council, sometimes in silence, sometimes listening to the music and laughter of children. He dreamed less often of war and more of forests, rivers, and stars. He never called himself king, and no crown ever graced his head. But when the snow fell thick and the north huddled close in the long dark nights, it was Jon they called upon. Jon they trusted. Jon whose word could end a quarrel or bring hope. He belonged to the north as surely as Balerion belonged to the sky. On the coldest night of the year, Jon stood once more atop the wall, Sansa at his side, the lights of Winterfell golden below. "It's a good world for now," she said, and Jon nodded, feeling it true in his bones. And in the distance, beneath the aurora's dance, Balerion soared above the woods and rivers, a myth alive, a guardian born of darkness, and the last great promise of a world remade by hope and fire. Mwa, Kaishtan. The wind off the moors brought the first hints of frost, curling around the stones of Winterfell and painting silver across the fields each dawn. The north did not surrender easily to spring nor to peace, yet in the weeks that followed Daenerys' quiet departure and the closing of the council's long season, a new kind of calm took root in the lives of those who remained. In the slow rhythm of rebuilding and harvest, Jon found a purpose that was neither crown nor war, but something steadier, as honest as the earth beneath his boots. He kept to his routines, early rides on Balerion above the green-touched woods and shining rivers, long hours walking the yards with Davos, and the late evenings beside the fire in Sam's ever-expanding library. When night came and the castle quieted, Jon often drifted out to the Godswood, where the wind in the leaves sounded almost like a song, and the last light of the day spilled in crimson slashes through the ancient branches. He remembered every friend he'd lost, every hope nearly dashed, and tried with stubborn patience to make each day better than the last. Balerion flourished in the peace. Where once the black dragon had brooded at the edge of every gathering, he now made himself part of the fabric of the north. Children lost their fear first, climbing the walls to call to him, daring each other to toss apples to the dragon sunning himself on the stones below. On market days, the smell of roast meat brought Balerion lumbering to the outskirts, where he watched the trading with slitted yellow eyes and a low rumble that became a source of laughter instead of terror. No matter the season, his wings drew flocks of birds from the sky. And more than once, Sam recorded that the crops grew best in the fields where Balerion's shadow lingered longest. One day, a delegation arrived from the Trident, farmers, hedge knights, the daughter of a minor lord. Their banners were faded and patched, but they rode with heads high. They brought news that the Riverlands had proclaimed a charter. No more would a single lord rule all, but rather each village and town would send delegates to a council. They had heard of the North's council, of how wildlings and lords now sat side by side, and wished to see it for themselves. Sansa welcomed them, wise enough to see that Winterfell's influence now ran not only on old bloodlines, but on the strength of example. She held feasts and council sessions, where the southern delegates were invited to speak. Gendry showed off the new forges and trade tools. Davos gave lessons in navigation and grain storage. Sam spent hours with the Riverland's daughter in the library, discussing water wheels, beehives, and the keeping of sheep. At the end of the week, the Trident folk departed, bearing gifts and vows of friendship, seeds for next spring, the first contracts for trade in 10 years, and word of a new order rising quietly where once only swords and banners had mattered. As summer stretched into its longest days, Jon found himself drawn more and more into the heart of this growing north. He trained children in sword and bow, laughing at their wild boasts and awkward footwork. He spent afternoons with the wildling elders, learning their songs and stories, and even once rode north with Tormund to hunt elk near the ruins of the old wall. The world beyond the wall, now free of wights and white walkers, was blooming anew. Great herds of caribou and elk moved in the wild meadows, and the sky was thick with birds Jon had never seen before. Wildlings built villages of sod and stone, and came south in spring to trade furs and bone for salt and bread. Arya's shadow fell across every tale and trail. Jon heard of her in Bear Island, where she'd solved a dispute between fishermen and raiders, with a single night of quiet talk, and the threat of her name. In the west, word spread of a masked woman riding with a white wolf, defending the helpless and hunting slavers. Sometimes a letter came, brief and full of odd humor, always signed with a rough drawing of Needle's Point. Sansa's rule became legend as much as law. She presided over feasts and council alike, moving among wildlings and lords with grace and certainty. Under her eye, the wildling children learned the words of the old gods and the common tongue. The daughters of Manderly and Glover learned how to hunt and ride. She forgave old debts, rebuilt ruined villages, and sent grain to hungry towns as far away as the Neck. There were whispers, always whispers, of marriage, of alliances, of the possibility of a new northern dynasty. Sansa met them all with the smile of someone who had learned to trust in time and her own judgment. Sam's library became the heart of Winterfell's new life. He found a way to copy rare books, and his first batch of apprentices, 2 girls and a wildling boy, could already read as well as he. Together, they began a chronicle, not of kings or battles, but of the world as it was now. Harvest records, folk remedies, the stories of wildlings and small folk, lists of every animal seen north of the wall. It became the greatest project of Sam's life, and he swore to Jon, half laughing, that if he lived another 10 years, he'd write the first true history of the living North. One evening, as the harvest moon rose low and golden, Jon and Sansa walked the ramparts, the voices of their people drifting up from the bailey. The castle yard was alive with torches and music. Gendry was showing off his latest work, horseshoes so light they could be worn even by the youngest foal. Davos debated with a wildling woman about the best way to store dried fish for winter. Sam and his apprentices performed a puppet play for a knot of children, while the market women laughed and called out the price of apples, honey, and cured meats. Sansa leaned her elbows on the parapet, watching it all. "Do you think it will last, Jon? This peace, this hope?" Jon let out a long breath. "Nothing ever lasts forever. But if we build it right, maybe it will last longer than we do." Sansa nodded. "You sound more like a Stark every day." He grinned. "Rye. I suppose I always was, in my heart." The conversation wandered from harvests to wildling villages, to tales of Arya and rumors from the south. At length, Sansa turned, eyes searching his. "Will you ever leave, Jon? You could travel the world, join Arya, even fly Balerion across the sea." "Then Winter." He shook his head. "The North is my home. I belong to these people, to this land. My place is here." As the year deepened into autumn, Jon kept his promise to himself. To build, to protect, to offer peace. He found his days filled with small joys. A child's laugh, the sight of wildlings and Northmen dancing at a wedding, a new book added to Sam's shelf. When the snow began to fall again, light at first, then thick and swirling, Jon felt only gratitude. Balerion became a legend and a friend to the land, often gone for days at a time. sometimes returning with bits of strange bone or enormous fish, sometimes simply gliding above the winter snows. A living myth whose shadow reminded all who saw him of both danger and hope. Sansa ruled for many years, her wisdom deepening, her kindness shaping every law and custom. Davos retired at last to White Harbor, taking up the life of a quiet merchant. Gendry's children grew strong and clever, learning both the forge and the field. Sam's library became a beacon, drawing scholars from as far as Dorne and the Summer Islands. Arya's legend flourished, and her letters, rarer with each passing year, became treasured possessions. Jon aged with the land, gray creeping into his beard, his scars fading beneath the calluses of a life lived for others. Sometimes at night, he sat beneath the heart tree and spoke aloud. To Ned, to Lyanna, to Ghost and Arya and Daenerys, to all the dead and living who had shaped him. And when the time came, as the snow fell heavy and the castle slept, Jon climbed atop Balerion's back one last time. Together they rose above Winterfell, black wings spread wide, flying out beyond the walls and rivers, into the vast white silence of the world. Those who saw them said the dragon's shadow never left the land. That hope, once born in fire, could never be truly extinguished. That as long as the heart tree stood and the fires burned in Winterfell, Jon Snow and Balerion watched over the north, guardian, legend, and kin to all who called the cold land home. Hey. The seasons turned, and peace laid its gentle hand on the north. After long years of fire and war, the battered fields of Winterfell spread with golden barley and wild rye. The orchards, heavy with apples, and the woods alive with birdsong. The castle's battered stones warmed to the sun, and laughter, true laughter, not the brittle cheer of men who feared the next shadow, grew common in its halls and yards. From dawn to dusk, Winterfell was a living city, a world unto itself, its people bound by the memory of survival and the stubborn hope that every sunrise brought something worth keeping. Jon woke each morning before first light, rising with the sound of the castle's bells and the shuffling of servants kindling hearths in every chamber. Balerion, great and black as a storm cloud, slept on the far side of the yard, his breath curling from his nostrils in thin mist. Jon's routine was unchanging. He walked the battlements, exchanging greetings with the guards, then crossed the yard to the Godswood, where the heart tree's pale face regarded him as if measuring all that had come to pass, and all yet to be. He liked those quiet hours. The hush before the day's business, the soft sigh of leaves overhead, the weight of his cloak, and the feel of the earth underfoot. Sometimes Arya's letters came at dawn, smuggled north in wildling hands or carried by silent strangers from the west. They were short, often just a few lines. The rivers are running high. Saw direwolf's tracks 2 days north. Tell Sansa to trust the traitor from White Harbor. But each note made him smile, and he would tuck them into his tunic, a secret warmth beneath the cold. Sansa's rule had deepened, her hair threaded now with silver, her eyes wise and kind. She listened more than she spoke, sat the council table with a gentle but iron will, and settled disputes with a fairness that won her both wildling fealty and northern loyalty. No lord, great or small, dared question her authority now. Though Glover and Manderley still bickered over trade rights, and the wildling chief sometimes pressed for larger shares of the hunt, Sam was her shadow in all things learned, his voice steady, his library ever expanding. The maester's rookery now brimmed with birds from Old Town to the islands, each bringing news or knowledge, new seeds or old songs. The wildlings flourished. Once, they'd lived on the edge of starvation, their children thin and wary, but now their villages hugged the forest edge, sturdy halls of pine and stone, smoke curling from their roofs. They taught the north how to fish the deeper rivers and smoke meats to last all winter, and in return, learned to plant oats and raise sheep. The first marriages between wildlings and Northmen brought 3 raucous feasts and no small amount of surprise. One burly wildling woman married a Serwyn lord, and a Manderley girl wed Tormund's eldest son. In those unions, the long night truly ended. Balerion was the North's secret, its glory and its shadow. He grew broader each year, his scales like polished jet, his roar echoing over the fields at dusk. The children of Winterfell adored him, chasing after the dragon's tail and daring each other to bring him treats: apples, hams, old bones from the kitchens. When he soared, he cast a shadow large as a castle. In his presence, no bandit or desperate lord dared threaten the peace. Yet Jon noticed something gentler too. The way Balerion rested his head near the castle's walls, careful of the laundry lines, the way he stood guard when children strayed near the ponds or when storms threatened, his bulk a silent promise against any danger. Some nights, Jon lay awake and listened to the wind, half expecting to hear the horns of war or the wing beats of an enemy's dragon. But each time, it was only the sigh of leaves, the shifting of snow on the roof, or the far-off call of an owl. In those moments, he thought of Daenerys, her exile in the south, her letters, few and formal, always full of news of peace, her memory settling in him like the ashes after a storm. He wished her happiness, though he knew peace was a hard thing to find for those who'd once held fire in their hands. As the years passed, Arya's legend grew. The tales came with every trading caravan. Of the faceless wolf girl who ended bandit kings and freed children from slavers, who was seen at the head of a caravan in the Stormlands, and then a week later in a fishing hamlet on the Sunset Sea. Sometimes Jon woke from dreams of her. Her laughter, the flash of her sword, her eyes bright in the snow, and he would walk to the Godswood and leave a small token beneath the heart tree. A braid of leather, a smooth pebble, a wolf's tooth. He knew she would understand. Winter came again, and with it, the need for unity. Sansa called a gathering, the first true assembly of every major house, wildling clan, and freehold in the north. The great hall shone with firelight, banners of every stripe hanging from the beams. Gendry and his son set up feasts of roast boar and honey cakes, while Sam's apprentices passed among the lords and elders, gathering tales for the chronicle. Sansa presided, wise and gentle, her voice carrying through the hall as she set out her vision. Not a kingdom of lords and vassals, but a council of equals, where wildlings and Northmen, old and young, rich and poor, all would have a voice. Jon spoke then, standing in the glow of the hearth. He told of the long night, the cost of pride, the gift of unity. He spoke of Arya, of Daenerys, of those lost in battle, and of Balerion, the dragon who had become not a weapon but a promise. "We have known fire and death," Jon said, "but we have also learned to live again. Let us keep the peace we have made for our children, and their children after them." The hall erupted in cheers, and Jon felt, for the first time, that the burdens he had carried so long had truly begun to lift. Through the seasons, Jon kept to his quiet routines, finding joy in the smallest things. Teaching a child to ride, sharing ale with Davos on the ramparts, watching the first green shoots break the snow in Sam's new herb garden. He found time to write to Arya. Short, careful letters, trusting the wildling runners or Sansa's trusted men to find her. He told her of the peace, the council, Balerion's latest flight, the laughter in Winterfell. In return, she sent odd gifts. A stone carved with a wolf's head, a bit of foreign coin, once even a feather from some exotic bird. Sam's library grew until it filled a wing of the old keep. Scholars came from the south, seeking the wisdom of the north and the tales of the free folk. With them came new ideas, crop rotation, better bridges, new medicines. The north's young people, wildling and lordling alike, began to travel south to learn, and sometimes returned, bringing new skills and dreams. Sansa watched it all with satisfaction, her council flourishing, her realm at peace. In the midst of plenty, Jon sometimes found himself staring at the horizon, his heart restless. He would climb onto Balerion's back and fly beyond the woods and rivers, sometimes all the way to the coast, watching the white waves break on black stone. He wondered what lay beyond, what stories Arya might be living, what peace Daenerys might have found, whether there would ever again come a day when the world needed fire and shadow and steel. But when he returned, always, it was to Winterfell. The children's laughter, the crackle of the hearth, the slow and certain pulse of a land that had made him, broken him, and at last made him whole. Balerion, ancient and mighty, remained a living legend, the North's last secret, never chained and never feared. In the coldest months, his shadow stretched across the snow, and in spring, he soared with the cranes, a black flame against the morning sky. Jon grew older, his hair touched with frost, his steps slower but sure. He ruled nothing but himself, and in that, found a kind of peace that neither throne nor crown had ever promised. And so the story became memory, and the memory became legend, that after war and winter, the North endured, watched over by a dragon and a man, both born of fire and frost, both shaped by sorrow and hope. In every song that children sang, in every tale told by firelight, there was the promise that as long as Jon Snow and Balerion flew above the fields and forests of the North, peace and freedom would never truly die. And when at last the wind carried new snows and new dawns, Jon stood at the highest tower, Balerion's breath warm on his cheek, and watched the world below, green and gold, white and silver, wild and free, knowing in his heart that this, above all, was what he had fought to save. The years slipped past, swift as a swallow's shadow across the sunlit courtyards of Winterfell. Time, which had so often seemed to pause for suffering and war, now flowed steadily, a broad and patient river. The snows came and went, each winter a little gentler than the last, each spring more lush and riotous, until it seemed to Jon that the North itself had decided to remember hope after all. Balerion aged too, as dragons do, not slow nor fast, but with the stately certainty of mountains or tides. Each season saw his wings grow broader, his black scales catching more of the sun. He patrolled the skies with a lazy confidence, hunting far afield, or basking on the highest crag of Winterfell's outer wall. Kingly but content, he was no longer a beast of terror, but a living totem of endurance and change. A creature who, like the North, had survived loss, remade himself, and found peace in belonging. Jon found peace too, though it wore many faces. His hair faded from black to iron, beard streaked with the gray of age and care. Scars, a map of all his years, webbed his hands, and the limp in his left leg never quite vanished after that last battle beside the Godswood. Yet he rose each morning with the same habit of quiet purpose, tending not to lords and banners, but to orchards, the practice yard, the ever-turning needs of the castle's people. Children, so many children, ran through Winterfell now, wildling and northern, bastards and highborn alike. They played at swords and snowballs in the yard, their laughter a music that made the old stones seem young again. Some bore names of the dead, of heroes and friends and kin. Aed, Lyanna, Ygritte, Ned, even a pale, serious girl named Arya who claimed she would ride a dragon before she was grown. Jon took it upon himself to teach them as he could. He told them stories, not just of glory but of hard choices, of kindness and survival. He taught the brave and the restless to ride, ponies first, then the sleek North horses bred by wildlings from free roaming herds. On certain bright days, he'd invite a child to touch Balerion's flank, to hear the dragon's deep, rumbling purr, a sound that always inspired awe, and sometimes, in the boldest, the seeds of courage. Sansa's counsel endured, becoming ever more intricate as peace allowed for ambition and ideas. The wildlings sent representatives now, not just warriors, but wise women, midwives, and trackers. The lords of the North, Wool, Manderly, Glover, Reed, took turns sending their children to Winterfell, not as hostages but as wards and students. Sam's library had spread into two wings of the keep, lined with new shelves and scroll racks. His apprentices came from every corner of the realm. Some were wildlings, some the clever second sons and daughters of distant lords, and some simply orphaned by past wars, found a place in the silence of books and the warmth of Sam's tutelage. Arya's name still was a living magic. Travelers brought word of her from far ports, in the stony coasts of the Iron Islands, where she'd left a sword on a drowned man's cairn. In Dorne, where a faceless wolf was said to have uncovered a slaver's den. Even from Old Town, where a merchant whispered that a northern woman had studied poisons and left without paying her bill, though the maesters refused to speak of her. Her letters came less often as the years wore on, but Jon cherished each wild story, each rough drawing, each coin or feather or scrap of foreign silk she sent. Sometimes, when Jon lay awake in the quiet hours before dawn, he wondered if Arya would ever return to stay. Sansa said she would not, that Arya had always belonged to the road and the wild horizon. But Jon thought perhaps one day the world would surprise even Arya Stark. Daenerys remained in the south, and the news of her was now more legend than rumor. The lands granted her by the council near Old Town prospered. The last reports spoke of orchards blooming and towns thriving, of strangers welcomed and no banners flown. Some said she ruled with a fair hand, others that she lived quietly, taking no visitors save children and old soldiers. Sometimes, rarely, a letter reached Jon. Brief, almost formal, but always signed with a mark he recognized as hers. Once she wrote only, "You were right. There is more to build than to burn. I hope your north is peaceful." He kept that letter hidden in his old chest. Its words, a balm on colder days. One autumn, Arya's letter came with a scrap of direwolf fur and a simple line, "I will be home for the first snow." Jon read it twice, then smiled and told Sansa, who ordered a feast planned for the night, Arya would arrive. They hung lanterns from every window and gathered barrels of the oldest Manderley cider. When the snows began, thick and soft, Arya did return. Lean, older, with 2 pale streaks in her hair, and Ghost padding at her side, his muzzle silvered with age. She stayed for the whole of winter, sleeping in her old chamber, telling tales in the hall, and walking with Jon through the frostlit woods by night. She did not stay forever, she could not, but she left a piece of herself in every hearth, every tale, every child who listened with rapt attention. The years deepened. Sansa's hair turned white, her beauty now a thing of dignity and wisdom. She ruled with a lighter touch, stepping back when her council could manage, and spent her days in the gardens she'd planted herself. Sam, thick about the middle and balding, became the North's greatest scholar. His library grew, and the histories he wrote filled volumes, histories that began not with kings, but with the end of the long night and the birth of the council. Davos retired at last, as he'd always promised, to White Harbor, where he fished in peace and sent salted cod and sly letters north. Gendry's children and grandchildren filled the forges, inventing new tools and weapons for a realm that now needed few of either. Jon grew old, though no one called him old but Arya. He lost friends to time and buried some with his own hands beneath the heart tree, where the godswood was thickest. The ache of loss was eased only by the joy of watching new generations rise. Sometimes he woke in the night, sure he heard Ed's wit, Tormund's laughter, his father's deep, calm voice. Sometimes, by the godswood, he whispered all his regrets and all his gratitude to the red-eyed face in the tree, trusting it to keep his secrets. Every solstice, Jon and Balerion would fly the length of the north, from the White Knife to the Bay of Seals, from the stony edge of Skagos to the wild pine forests near the wall's ruins. People would emerge from their homes to wave, their faces turned skyward, their children shouting the dragon's name. There were no more wars, no more cries for banners or vengeance, just the simple pride of the North, free, enduring, its people watchful but unbowed. And so the legend grew. Balerion's black wings became a promise, a story told beside every hearth, of how the North was saved not by fire or fear, but by a man who would not rule, a dragon who became a guardian, a council of equals, and a people who refused to kneel. As the last snows of another winter melted, Jon climbed the tower steps with a slow, sure tread, Balerion watching from the yard below. He looked out over Winterfell, its smoke rising, its fields ready for planting, the wild woods stretching forever north and west. His breath fogged the air and he smiled, remembering every road he had walked, every friend he had lost and found again, every lesson learned at such cost. And when the children of the North gathered in the yard that day, daring each other to touch the dragon's tail or run their hands along his warm, gleaming scales, Jon watched them with quiet satisfaction. For this, he knew, he had done all things, endured war and loss and the weight of memory. For this, he would endure all things yet to come. As the dusk settled and the lamps glimmered in the windows, Jon Snow stood a little longer, feeling the living heart of Winterfell thrum beneath his feet and the North's wild sky stretching limitless overhead. At his back, Balerion lifted his head and sang a note low and sweet and ancient as the world. So peace endured. And in that peace, the North, its people, its land, and its living legend, endured too, strong as stone, gentle as the dawn, and forever unbroken. AKA, spring had come to the North with such abundance that it felt almost as miraculous as the return of dragons. Grass grew lush and high in every meadow, lambs played at the feet of rebuilt towers, and the air was thick with the sense of new life, fresh-turned earth, lilac, whetstone, and the far tang of wood smoke. For the first time in a generation, the markets of Winterfell were crowded with more joy than anxiety. In every corner of the keep, one could hear music, the ring of Gendry's hammers, the piping of children in the bailey, the low, sweet hum of mothers and maids spinning wool by the fire. Jon moved among his people, not as a king, nor even as a lord, but as something gentler and more constant, steadfast as a hearthstone. The years had worn grooves into his face and streaked his hair with white, yet his eyes had lost none of their quiet watchfulness. He had learned to love his place in the world, not at its center, but woven through its tapestry, vital and enduring. Balerion had grown into an old legend, and with age came gravity and a fierce dignity. He moved less often, preferring to bask on the sun-warmed ramparts, his black scales now tinged with subtle iridescence, blue and violet flashes when the light caught just so. The youngest children still dared each other to sneak up close with bits of salted meat, and the old maids told tales that to stroke the dragon's flank was to ensure good luck in love. Balerion, unmoved, accepted their tributes with the patient disdain of a god. As the seasons turned, the North grew rich in other ways. The wildlings' villages became towns, smoke rising from thatched roofs and gardens, overflowing with turnips, beans, and pale northern melons. The old castles of the North, Deepwood Motte, Carhold, Torrhen Square, each flourished, governed by councils of wildlings and Northmen alike. Roads, once impassable with ice or haunted by wights, now threaded the land with commerce and laughter. At harvest, the fields swelled gold and green, the granaries bursting. Sam's library, which now filled 2 towers, was the heart of Winterfell's rebirth. He presided there with a kind but unyielding hand, the respect of every scholar and child alike. He taught his apprentices the languages of the free cities, the healing arts of Old Town, the stories of wildlings and first men, and, most important of all, how to listen, to keep the peace with patience. By now, the chroniclers of Sam's school wrote in 5 tongues, and a copy of their Chronicle of the Free North traveled as far as King's Landing and Bravos. Sansa's council endured, as strong and rooted as the ancient weirwoods. Their debates now often turned not on war, but on where to build new bridges, how to fund a school at White Harbor, or whether the spring plantings should shift north as the weather warmed. She herself wore her age with pride, her hair gone snowy, her gaze unwavering, her voice softer but firmer than steel. She kept a garden, a little wild patch beside the library, where snowdrops grew alongside foreign herbs and a single struggling lemon tree. The youngest Starks, children and grandchildren of the council, wildlings, fosterlings, orphans and wards, grew up together in the shadow of the heart tree, as if all the lines that had once divided them had been pruned away by hardship and hope. They learned to read from Sam's students, to hunt from wildling rangers, and to fight from Jon and Gendry and Arya, who returned each spring to train them in the art of silence and the courage of speaking out. Arya never lingered long. She would appear out of the morning mist, ghost at her side, her hair threaded with a new bead or feather from distant shores. She stayed just long enough to tell tales, how she'd traded with the Summer Islanders, tracked bandits along the Golden Road, or walked the great bazaars of the East. She ate, she laughed. She watched the North's children spar, and then she vanished as quietly as she'd come, leaving a gift in her wake, a silver coin from Bravos, a rare flower, a handful of seeds. Jon never pressed her to stay. The Wild called to her, and he loved her enough to let her go. In time, Sansa's great-granddaughter, Liara, became the youngest member of the council, a girl with brown hair and sharp gray eyes who rode bareback through the woods and could recite the oaths of the Night's Watch by heart. She listened more than she spoke, watched more than she judged, and Sam said she had the makings of the wisest Stark yet. One autumn, as the wind turned brisk and the trees flared red and gold, a rider arrived from the south. He bore a letter sealed with the new sigil of the King's Council, a crowned book between two olive branches. The message was an invitation, a great convocation in King's Landing, calling all the North's leaders to share in the reforging of the realm's laws and celebrate the peace that had, against all odds, endured. The council met in the library, crowded with lords and free folk, young and old. Sansa, her face calm and bright, read the letter aloud and looked to Jon. "You have seen more of the world's pain and hope than any here," she said. "Should we answer this summons?" Jon sat silent for a time, the candlelight flickering on the gray in his beard. At last he said, "The North is strong because we remember. We remember war and loss, and we remember what saved us. Counsel, not conquest. If the South truly wishes peace, we should witness it, and remind them what was won here." Gendry grunted agreement. Sam nodded, scribbling notes. Liara grinned, eager to see the world beyond the neck. The council voted to send a delegation, not of lords but of teachers, farmers, rangers, and 2 of the oldest wildlings. So it was that Jon, gray and limping but steady as ever, set out with Liara and a dozen others for King's Landing. They rode past wildling farms and rebuilt castles, through the once feared Neck, where the crannogmen welcomed them with feasts of frogs and fish. Everywhere they went, the people called out greetings, brought gifts, and told their own tales of peace and stubborn survival. At last, they reached King's Landing, a city changed beyond recognition. The ruins of the Red Keep were now gardens and open courts, the small folk ruled by councils, the markets bustling and diverse. The convocation filled the old Sept of Baelor, every seat taken by a face from every kingdom, from Dorne to the Iron Islands. Jon spoke little at first, content to listen, to watch the southern lords wrangle over words and precedent. But when it came time to debate the new laws, laws for free folk, for women, for those who wished to cross old boundaries, Jon stood and spoke. His words were plain but cut to the heart. We have all lost, some to dragons, some to darkness, some to the pride of kings. But in the North, we learned to share burdens, not to hide behind walls or names. Let every man and woman have a voice. Let every child learn to read. And let peace be the law that binds us, not fear or blood. There was silence at first, then murmurs of assent, then, finally, applause. Liara watched with fierce pride as her great-uncle's words helped shape the laws of a new realm. Jon returned to Winterfell with the first snow of winter. The council's work done, the future uncertain but open. He took his place beside the heart tree once more. Balerion curled beside him, the dragon's breath rising in steady clouds of warmth. He grew slower, as men do, but he was never idle. The North's children came to him for stories, for advice, sometimes only for a hand on the shoulder or a steadying smile. On the coldest nights, he would stand on the ramparts, Liara at his side, and point out the constellations Arya had taught him, or recite an old verse Sam had uncovered. Years passed, and with them, the North only deepened its roots. The wildlings and Northmen became one people. The council became tradition. The chronicles grew fat with stories of healing, trade, and harvest. When Jon's hair was white as snow, and his gait slow as the river in deep frost, he still climbed the highest tower every morning to greet the dawn, always with Balerion somewhere near, sometimes circling above, sometimes a black shadow on the stones, always watching. And when at last Jon Snow's watch ended, it was not with fanfare nor grief, but with the quiet gratitude of a people who had known both fire and darkness and chosen, again and again, to build something kinder in its place. The heart tree sheltered his grave. Balerion stood sentinel through the night, and Sansa's line, an Arya's legend, endured, living on in stories told by firesides and beneath banners waving gently in the northern breeze. The dragon flew still, old and strong, a myth alive in the skies above Winterfell. And the north, watched over by the spirit of the boy who was both wolf and dragon, grew freer and braver with every passing year. The passing of Jon Snow, marked by the low tolling of Winterfell's bells and the slow hush that settled on the castle, seemed to pause the north's breath. Even the sky respected its silence, thick with gray clouds, and a cold wind that carried the scent of pine and old memories through every hall and field. There were no grand pronouncements, no banners dipped in mourning, only the honest work of hands preparing his resting place beneath the heart tree, where the snow still clung in scattered patches among the roots, and Balerion's great shadow lingered day and night. In those days after Jon's death, Winterfell became quieter, but not broken. The people who had lived under his care, wildlings, Northmen, free folk of every name, moved through their days with a kind of reverence, as if each word and act were a prayer for the man who had watched over them like the very wall. Sansa presided at his funeral, her white hair loose on her shoulders, her voice steady as she told those gathered that Jon's life had not been marked by titles or conquest, but by the simple stubborn work of choosing mercy, again and again. Balerion refused to leave the Godswood, coiling himself in a great circle around Jon's grave, his eyes open through every hour of day and night. Children, braver than most, crept to the edge of the snow to leave small tokens. A carved wolf, a braid of horsehair, a lucky coin, an arrow shaft. No one disturbed the dragon, for to all the north it was clear that grief, too, could be a kind of watch. Sansa's council met daily, their voices subdued but firm. Lyanna, now nearly grown, and with all the calm insight of both her great-grandmother and Jon, presided with a humility learned as need. She had his gift for listening, and his way of seeing what must be done and doing it. Whether it was settling disputes between riverfolk and wildling hunters, or persuading the skeptical lords of the Vale to accept a new treaty of peace, the council never ruled from a throne, but from a ring of benches in the solar, and decisions were made after every voice was heard. Arya returned as the first true thaw began, riding from the woods at dawn, ghost silver-muzzled and slow beside her. She came to the Godswood in silence, laying her palm against the heart tree, and then pressing her brow to the cool bark of Jon's stone. She did not cry, though her eyes shone, and after a long while she sat with Balerion, leaning against his side, saying nothing at all. Sansa joined her later, and for the first time in many years, the sisters sat together, watching the sunrise over the still green fields. He was never meant to rule, Arya said. But I think that's why everyone followed him. Sansa smiled, remembering. He belonged to the north, to the people, to the land, to us. That was always enough. Dan Sender. Sam led the youngest children from the library, reciting one of Jon's favorite lessons. A sword is only as strong as the hand that holds it, but peace is as strong as the hands that build it. The children, even the wildlings, knew the words by heart, and they added their own memories, stories of Jon carrying wood in a blizzard, breaking up a quarrel, kneeling to help a child who had fallen. As the seasons shifted, Winterfell learned how to mourn and celebrate at once. The council called for a feast, not of mourning, but of remembrance. The halls were filled with music and the smells of honeyed bread and roasting meat. Every family brought something to share: a wildling cheese, a hunter's stew, loaves from the riverfolk, cakes from the kitchens. Gendry's grandchildren sang the old ballads. Lyanna told stories of Jon's dragon riding, and Sam's apprentices read aloud from the histories he had written. Outside, Balerion rose from his vigil, and flew 3 wide circling laps above Winterfell, his wings a black banner against the blue sky. Some said the dragon's cry echoed from the wall to the sea. And for days afterward, the wild herds moved more closely. The wolves stayed near the villages, and even the oldest crows kept silent. Over the next year, life reasserted itself in Winterfell and beyond. Lyanna's leadership proved wise and steady. She trusted her council, sought compromise, and refused to allow pride or fear to undermine the hard-won peace. Under her guidance, new settlements flourished. Villages along the White Knife, fortified posts deep in the woods, schools and markets where Northmen and wildlings shared skills and laughter. The traditions Jon had begun, mixed courts, open debate, shared learning, became the marrow of northern life. Arya stayed through spring and summer, teaching the oldest children to move silently, to track and hunt, to question what they were told. She often walked alone to Jon's grave, sometimes leaving behind strange tokens: a crow's feather, a seashell, a strip of colored silk. When she finally left again, never saying where she would go, she whispered to Balerion, "Take care of them." The dragon touched his snout to her shoulder and watched her until she vanished into the trees. Sam's library continued to grow, scholars traveling from as far as the Reach and Dorne to copy the Great Chronicle of the North. In time, a wing was built to house students from distant lands. Lyanna insisted that every child, wildling or highborn, learn their letters, and the new schools in White Harbor and Carhold taught a curriculum as broad as the seasons. The stories of the Long Night, the fall of the Wall, and the rise of the Council were told in every home. Each winter, the people gathered at Jon's grave in the Godswood for a night of silence and song. The elders remembered the years of hunger and darkness. The children, too young to recall the wars, sang the songs of peace, and Balerion, old now, his scales gray at the edges, but still mighty, spread his wings above them, a watchful sentinel as the stars wheeled overhead. Sansa grew older, stepping aside from council but remaining a beloved advisor. Her garden, lush with herbs and winter roses, became a gathering place for the women of Winterfell, who brought her their troubles and their hopes. She died in her bed one spring morning, her last words a blessing for Lyanna and the North, and was buried beside her brothers, her memory a gentle root in the heart of the castle. The generations that followed honored Jon not with monuments or statues, but with the living work of his legacy. The North became a place where council ruled, where wildlings and Northmen lived as kin, where no child went hungry and every voice was heard. Travelers who came to Winterfell found not a court of splendor, but a home of warmth and learning, its people fiercely proud of their peace. When at last Balerion's life neared its end, the old dragon chose a high hill north of the castle. Lyanna and the elders gathered to watch him settle there, his head resting on his claws, his breath slow and deep. For 3 days, he watched the world he had guarded. Children running in the fields, herds moving across the plains, the smoke of home fires rising in the distance. On the 3rd night, as the aurora danced overhead, Balerion's great heart slowed, and the North fell silent in awe. He was buried on the hill where he had watched over them, the earth raised in a great mound, seeded with wildflowers. Every year, children of the North climbed the hill, leaving stones and bones, stories and songs, honoring the last dragon who had been their protector and their promise. Years, then decades passed. The North's councils endured, villages grew, roads threaded through once wild lands, and the chronicles of Sam's library swelled with tales of each new generation. The heart tree sheltered more names: Stark, Snow, Manderly, Glover, Reed, Tormund, Gendry's kin, and many more. Yet in every hall and home, the stories lingered. Of a boy who chose the wall and became the North's heart, of a dragon who soared and watched over peace, of a council where every voice mattered, and of a people who built their freedom not on swords, but on hope. So long as the snows fell and the North endured, so too did the memory of Jon Snow and Balerion, and the world they had shaped, brave, just, and forever free. Ta Ani. The first snow of a new winter fell like a blessing on Winterfell, the flakes drifting down to settle on towers and rooftops, softening the stones and muffling the world. It was a gentle snow, neither cruel nor wild, and the people of the north greeted it with laughter, remembering years when winter had been nothing but hunger and darkness and the endless threat of war. Those days were gone now, half-remembered shadows behind the bright, busy piece of the realm Jon Snow and his council had built. The castle bustled with life. The council chamber, once a place of anxious debate, was now a hive of work, its benches crowded with men and women from every house and village. Lyanna Stark presided at the center, her hair braided with white wolf fur, her gaze quick and keen as she weighed petitions and heard advice. She listened to every voice, a wildling mother petitioning for rights to a patch of forest, an old Karstark veteran advocating for a new road, a boy from Deepwood Motte bringing news of a bumper apple harvest. She ruled with a light hand and a ready laugh, her presence steady as the old heart tree in the Godswood. Sam's library was a beacon to the north, and the laughter of children echoed down the shelves each day. They came from the wildling villages, from White Harbor, from as far as Skagos and the Gift, drawn by the promise of learning and the tales of peace. Sam, old and round and utterly content, led his apprentices through the corridors, his voice always gentle, his eyes always sharp. He insisted that history be written not only in the language of kings, but in the words of every child who could hold a quill. So the chronicle of the Free North grew, each page filled with drawings and stories and recipes, a living memory of all that had been won. In the wild, the villages of the free folk spread outward, smoke curling from hundreds of hearths. Hunters brought home hares and wild fowl. Children learned to fish and trap and sing the old songs. Elders told tales of the long night, and the young added their own stories, of dragons soaring above the fields, of Jon Snow's last ride on Balerion, of Arya the wolf girl who taught them to vanish in the snow. The old hatreds had faded, replaced by kinship and intermarriage, by shared labor and laughter, by the simple, stubborn refusal to forget what it meant to be free. Balerion's mound became a sacred place, ringed with wildflowers in summer and candlelight in the deep winter. Children climbed it on festival days, leaving stones and tokens, painted pebbles, a wild rose, a tiny carved wolf. It was said that standing atop the mound, you could see all the way to the ruined wall and the silver ribbon of the white knife, and that if you listened, you might hear the beating of ancient wings in the wind. Arya's legend was as enduring as the North itself. She returned often in the first years after Jon's passing, always at the change of seasons, always with new tales and gifts. A coil of amber beads from the summer sea, a handful of seeds from beyond the green fork, a tale of a city where people danced in the streets when the moon was full. She never stayed long and never said goodbye, but her footprints always lingered in the snow. The youngest children were taught, half in jest and half in awe, to look for her shadow at the edge of every feast and to whisper a wish when the wind howled through the weirwoods. Winterfell itself changed with the times. Sansa's garden, once a wild tangle, became a formal place of reflection and celebration, its beds bright with roses, peonies, and rare herbs. The old kennels, rebuilt and expanded, became home to the North's growing pack of direwolves, descendants of Ghost and Nymeria, and strays who'd found their way home. On moonlit nights, their howls rose up and echoed off the walls, a living chorus, an answer to every child's dream. The great hall of Winterfell was never empty. In the mornings, the council met and sorted the business of the realm. At midday, merchants and travelers gathered to trade salt, wool, and news. At night, fires blazed and music rang out, the youngest learning dances from the elders, the boldest standing on the benches to sing the old lays. The banners of every house, Stark, Glover, Reed, Manderley, Wool, and new ones woven by wildling hands, hung side by side above the hearth. Lyanna saw to it that no one was forgotten. Each year, on the longest night, the people gathered in the Godswood to remember the fallen. Jon's name was spoken first, and Sansa's, Arya's, Sam's, Gendry's, and Daenerys, each remembered for their courage and for the way they'd changed the North forever. Lanterns were lit and sent floating down the white knife, hundreds of flickering lights drifting out to sea, carrying with them the prayers and gratitude of a free people. As the years passed, Liara's wisdom became legend. She led embassies south to the councils of King's Landing, her voice respected even among those who once would have called the North only a land of rebels and wildlings. When the Iron Islands rioted, it was a northern delegation that helped broker peace. When drought struck the Reach, wagons of northern grain rolled south. A gift and a promise. In every court and council, the North's way of rule. Shared power, open debate, care for the small and the quiet, was studied, copied, sometimes even envied. And always, when the work was done, Liara would walk the quiet grounds at dusk, her fur-lined cloak trailing, her hand resting on the stone of the wall or the trunk of the heart tree. Sometimes she spoke softly to the memory of her kin. Sometimes she walked in silence, her thoughts as wide as the northern sky. Children would run up and tug at her sleeve, asking for a story of the old days. Of Jon Snow, or Arya, or the last great flight of Balerion. She never told the stories quite the same way twice, and always ended them with a smile. Remember, the North endures. We are our own songs. Sam lived to see his library double and double again, and when at last he died, they buried him in the garden he'd loved, under a stone carved with a book and a smiling raven. His apprentices carried on his work, the chronicle of the free North now, as thick as a man's thigh, a living memory of the realm's journey from fire to peace. There were hard years, as there always are. Storms that battered the coast, wildfires in the woods, a fever that swept through White Harbor one spring. But each time, the people rallied, the wildlings teaching the Northmen how to burn fire breaks, the council opening the granaries, Liara traveling in person to tend the sick. No one was left behind, for that had been Jon Snow's lesson in his law. In time, children grew up who never knew war. They knew only peace and the hard work that kept it, and so peace became their birthright, not their burden. The memory of dragons and darkness remained in their stories, in the festivals and the great murals in the halls, but it was the laughter of children and the hope in every seed sown that became the North's true legacy. On the coldest nights, when the aurora shimmered above the castle and the wolves howled their ancient music, the people said you could see a shadow circling high above the walls. A great black dragon, his wings bright with the memory of every flame and every dawn. And in the hearts of the North, Jon Snow's story burned on, fierce and quiet and endless, a promise that freedom and kindness were worth every battle, every loss, every generation that would someday call Winterfell. And peace. Home? All. Another winter ebbed away, gentler than most, and the world around Winterfell awakened in rippling green. Lambs tumbled down the hillsides beyond the God's Wood, wild flowers painted the fields in purples and golds, and the white knife ran swift with melted snow. The rhythm of life pulsed through the North, a people built on hardship who now knew plenty, a land scarred by the past but quietly, stubbornly healing. In every hall and steading, people spoke of the new age as simply as the change of season, never forgetting the cost of peace or the names that made it possible. In the heart of the castle, Liara Stark moved through her days with the composed vigor of one born to both burden and blessing. She ruled with her council, now a bustling parliament of Northmen and wildlings, riverfolk and smiths, teachers and traders. Their debates, loud, often contentious, produced the laws and customs that bound the North together. Fair tides for the wildling villages, river rights shared between new settlements, schools built as far as Skagos and Last Heart. In Liara's time, justice was never a sharp blade, but a patient, gathering stream. She still began each morning in the Godswood, the heart tree's ancient face wreathed in new moss, and the memory of old friends. Children of every house and clan had taken up the habit of leaving their own simple offerings. Flowers, braids of colored thread, bright feathers, even pages torn from Sam's ever-growing chronicles. The stone marking Joan's resting place was carved with little more than his name, and the sigil of a wolf and a dragon entwined. But each year, the carving deepened as generations of young hands traced its shape, and added new stories to the world he had left behind. Arya's legend remained undimmed, woven through every song, every tale told by firelight. It was said she had sailed so far west she'd seen lands where the sun set and rose from green seas, and that her ship bore sails of direwolf fur and hulls painted with the sigils of the northern freefolk. She returned only with the first snows, her laughter crackling through the halls, her gifts ever stranger. A mask shaped like a fox, seeds that blossomed into blue fire, a story of a city where the people wore lanterns in their hair. The youngest children called her Aunt Arya, and dared each other to spot her first on the ramparts, Ghost always at her side, white and silent, eyes burning with the memory of old winters. Winterfell itself expanded, as if it were a living thing. Old walls rebuilt, new wings added, the forges busy with inventions and trade. Sam's library grew beyond the keep, its windows facing south to catch the sun. Now called the Hall of Memory, it drew scholars from distant lands, every chamber filled with the bustle of learning and the smell of ink and parchment. His apprentices, grown now into masters, kept the chronicle in every tongue, and taught children to read not only history, but the lessons of peace and the art of asking questions. Travelers carried stories of Winterfell's learning as far as Old Town and Bravos. Some returned with strange new scripts, or riddles, or tales of other ways of living. The North, ever stubborn, listened to each, weighed the value, and kept what was wise. Balerion's hill became more than a grave. It was a place of promise. On festival days, every village sent a child or elder to climb its green slope, leaving tokens for the dragon's spirit, bones carved with runes, garlands of winter roses, the first baked loaf of the season. Lyanna herself, on the day marking Joan's passing, would lead a slow, silent procession to the top, placing her hand on the weathered stone and murmuring words that were part prayer, part thanks, part vow. Each year, the lanterns were still floated down the white knife on the longest night. As they drifted out beneath the aurora, their lights twinkling in the black water, the people remembered the night the wall fell and the world nearly ended, and how the North gathered around one council fire, chose hope instead of vengeance, and kinship instead of walls. The council sent envoys far and wide. Lyanna herself journeyed twice to King's Landing, now a city of gardens and courts, where the great council ruled by consent and debate. The North's customs of shared rule and open courts had become a model in the South, though never quite so unruly or blunt. In Dorne, she signed a treaty of mutual aid, celebrated with 7 days of dancing beneath the lemon trees. In the West, she spoke to lords and miners, teaching the value of votes and the peril of hoarding grain. Wherever she went, she wore no crown, only her simple wolf-clasped cloak and the respect of her people. But it was always to Winterfell she returned, and to the rhythms of the North. As the years unspooled, each season seemed to bring new joys and new faces. The direwolves bred true, and each new litter was claimed by a child of the castle or the wild, their loyalty an emblem of unity. The harvests never failed, for Sam's old advice on crop rotation and wildling tricks for foraging and fishing saw the realm through even lean years. No road, farm or village was forgotten, and the council made sure that the youngest and poorest were the first to eat when times grew hard. And though time dimmed old wounds, Jon Snow's legacy remained as vivid as the banners fluttering above the gate. It was felt in every council vote, every welcome offered to strangers, every story the children shared by the hearth. Lyanna saw to it that Jon's words spoken softly but carrying further than swords, were written in the chronicle and recited at every feast. Freedom is won not in battle, but in the days after. Justice is the work of many hands, and peace is a promise we keep together, day by day. In her later years, Lyanna's hair turned white as frost, her steps slow but certain. She was joined on the council by her own son, and by the grandchild of a wildling chief, by Sam's great-niece and a smith's daughter, who could read and write in 5 languages. Her line was not only of blood, but of those she had taught and trusted. No one ruled alone, and that, she said often, was the only way to rule. The last time Arya returned she was older, with a network of laugh lines around her eyes, Ghost walking more slowly at her side. She stayed through the first hard winter in years, telling the children stories in the hall, sparring with the boldest in the yard, and walking the walls in the moonlight with Liara. On the night she left, she sat beneath the heart tree with her niece, speaking softly. "Will you come back?" Liara asked. Arya smiled, sharp and secret. "The world is wide, and the north endures. I am always with you, even when you cannot see me. Tell them stories, Liara. Keep them brave." Mend her rabble. After Arya's departure, the wildlings sang a song for her in the old tongue, and the children set out little wolf-shaped cakes on the ramparts. Liara stood in the godswood, her hand on Jon's stone, feeling the presence of all who had come before her. Starks, Snows, wildlings, maesters, and dragon riders, woven through the land like roots beneath the frost. When at last her own time came, she passed quietly, in her sleep, the heart tree's branches swaying above her window. Her funeral was not somber, but bright with song and shared stories. They buried her on the hill beside Jon and Balerion, the 3 stones ringed with flowers, a watch kept forever over the land they had loved and remade. Years flowed on, centuries perhaps. The chronicle of the free North was copied and shared across the world. Winterfell endured, its halls and walls rebuilt as often as necessary, its banners faded and renewed, its heart tree growing ever larger, sheltering more names with each passing generation. There were challenges, there were hard years, but the law of counsel and kindness held. No king ever rose in the north again. The children of every family ruled together, and their stories, of wolves and dragons, of freedom and peace, became the North's true inheritance. On the coldest nights, some still claimed to see a dragon's shadow against the moon, and others said Arya's laughter could be heard in the wind. But what mattered most was what the people remembered. That hope was stronger than winter, and that when the world had nearly broken, the North had chosen to endure, to bind itself together, not with fear or fire, but with stubborn love. So the story lasted, and so did the peace, shining and fragile and fierce, renewed with every dawn over Winterfell's towers, and guarded forever by the memory of Jon Snow and the last black dread. E.K. The North rolled on through generations, its memory long and stubborn as the roots of the heart tree itself. After the death of Liara, the people of Winterfell paused to remember not just her reign, but the chain of hearts and hands that had shaped their world. Sansa's wisdom, Arya's wild courage, Jon's fierce humility, and the promise Balerion had carried through the sky. No single lord or lady had ruled alone in living memory. Each counselor rose from the people. Wildling, crofter, merchant, even the orphaned and the odd. The chronicle of the free North, now so thick that Sam's name was lost beneath centuries of new scribes, recorded each change as faithfully as a river records the shape of its banks. In these years, Winterfell became a city as much as a stronghold. Stone houses lined the riverbank, towers rose beyond the old walls, and the marketplace, once a muddy square of tents, now boasted timber stalls beneath tiled roofs, filled with traders from as far as the Summer Islands and the coldest valleys of the Skagosi. The forges sang with the heat of invention, and new windmills turned above fields of golden oats and rye. Each spring, children painted the stones of the old walls with stories. Wolves chasing stags, dragons soaring over wildling camps, girls with braids full of flowers and boys building bridges from driftwood. The wildlings were as much a part of the land as the old blood of House Stark. Their clans had long ago woven themselves into every corner of the North, their villages sometimes small as a hearth, sometimes as grand as a keep. They built boats to ply the rivers and sea, and every new moon sent their bravest out to hunt, to trade, to learn. No one remembered the old walls that had once divided wild from civilized, for the wild had been claimed by the land, and the civilized had learned to let their children run free. Some still called themselves Starks, though the name meant only that an ancestor had once sat council or held a sword in the godswood. Others were Wolves, Glovers, Reeds, or Manderleys, and some took no family name at all, calling themselves simply of the North. To outsiders, the realm seemed a tangle of dialects and banners and rules, but inside, The rhythm was as clear as the seasons. In summer, the work and the feasts. In winter, the stories and the watch. The watch, indeed, was sacred. The oath of the night's watch was still spoken, now not as a chain but as a vow to serve the land, its people, and the wild places that needed guardians. Young men and women came of age by spending a year on the high moors or deep woods, tending to herds and forests, learning the patience of wolves and the cunning of ravens. The black cloaks were worn with pride, and each watch member kept a journal that would be added to the library, notes on the weather, the animals, the first snows, the blooms of spring. Each book bore the sigil of a wolf and a dragon, the emblem of Jon and Balerion, guardians of a world remade. Old traditions lingered in the small things. On the longest night, all candles in Winterfell were snuffed, and the people gathered in silence. Each child recited the names of those who'd gone before: Sansa, Arya, Jon, Daenerys, Sam, Gendry, Lyara, and the line that came after. Then, as the bells rang in midnight, the fires were rekindled, and a feast began: wild honey and roasted game, sour beer and fresh bread, laughter echoing in every hall. Some years, the North was tested. A fever swept through the valleys one spring, taking the oldest and the youngest. The council responded by opening every granary, sending healers and herbalists as far as Skagos and the distant wolf villages. When blight touched the barley crop, scholars from the Hall of Memory rode south to trade remedies for seeds. When the shivering sea flooded its banks and the east road washed away, wildlings built great bridges of stone and timber, and no traveler was left stranded. In the wild, the old gods still had power. The heart trees grew gnarled and vast, their faces carved deeper by generations of small hands. Every village had a tree, or a stone circle, or a spring where children left offerings, a braid of wool, a smooth stone, a scrap of poetry copied from the chronicle. There were still those who whispered to the trees for guidance in times of trouble, and the gods, old and silent, were given thanks for every good harvest and every spared child. Balerion's mound, covered now in thick grass and crowned with wild roses, became a place of pilgrimage. On the day marking Jon's death, families from every corner of the north climbed the hill, laying tokens, bits of dragon-shaped metal, carved wolves, old coins, a page from a favored book. Youngsters would race to the top, arms outstretched, pretending to fly as the last dragon had, shouting his name into the blue wind. Stories lingered everywhere. The children knew that Arya still roamed, her name a spell against fear, her legend growing as she became the hero of every tale told in every cottage and inn. It was said that if you wandered the moors by moonlight, you might see her shadow beside a silver-furred wolf, or that she sailed the world's edge with her crew of wild folk, seeking new lands beyond the sunrise. No counselor ever claimed the title of king or queen. The North was ruled by consent, with each great house and wildling clan sending delegates. Every voice counted, every hand raised in a vote for peace or change. The council chambers, bright with banners and beams of glass, rang with the clangor of argument and the laughter of rivals. The greatest insult was to call someone a little king, a warning against pride, a joke against forgetting what the long night had cost. Every year, children born after peace filled the training yards and libraries, the fields and workshops, learning first the history of the world as it had been, then the story of what the North had chosen to become. Grown men and women wept to see their children fearless, to hear them recite the tales of wolves and dragons and peace bought dearly, and then to watch them grow into builders, singers, healers, and, sometimes, even counselors. And so the chronicle continued, page after page. Stories of hard winters survived, and sudden summers, of laughter and quarrels, of new ways found for old wounds. Each volume began and ended with Jon's own words, carved at last in silver script on the doors of the Hall of Memory. We keep the peace with open hands. We build our freedom day by day. Let every child remember. The North endures, not with crowns, but with kin. And as the seasons came and went, and the old blood mingled with the wild and the new, the North's story became a river, forever flowing, guided by the memory of a time when one dragon's flight and one man's kindness had changed the world. Sometimes, on the coldest nights when the stars burned bright above the castle, old men and women swore they saw a great shadow cross the moon, a black dragon circling over Winterfell. And the children, wide-eyed and full of joy, would whisper that Balerion still kept watch, and that Jon Snow's gentle heart beat in the land itself, steadfast as the dawn. Gai neshta. Ended Boymander. Winters came and went, and the century settled over Winterfell as softly as new snow. Each generation added another layer to the old stones. A new archway here, a sturdy granary there, halls expanded for feasts, chambers set aside for scholars, and little gardens for memory. Time's patient hand worked its will, and yet beneath it all, the soul of the North endured, woven through every laugh in the bailey and every story told by firelight. The city of Winterfell, grown now to rival White Harbor in breadth, if not bustle, pulsed with the life of many peoples. The wolf and dragon sigil, long since adopted as the mark of unity, flew from every gable and was stitched into the cloak of every child born north of the neck. The wildlings' descendants spoke the common tongue and the old. Their clans blended with those of the ancient houses. Their songs and feasts became a staple of the calendar. Fire dances at midsummer, tales told in the round during the long night, and the rite of lanterns floated for Jon and Balerion each year as the ice thawed and the river roared anew. From the hill above Winterfell, Balerion's mound grew lush, covered now in a living quilt of white wildflowers and pale winter roses. Children climbed it to leave their tributes, and each spring the eldest counselor led a procession to speak the words of peace and gratitude. Stones piled atop the grave told as much history as the chronicle itself, each painted or carved with scenes of wolves and dragons, council fires and fields in bloom. In these long years, the North was ruled by no one hand, and its strength lay in that truth. The council was now 1,000 strong, delegates chosen by lot from villages and towers, wildling camps and river towns. Their meetings, held in the great hall beneath colored glass, often lasted for days, with disputes and debates settled not by swords or threats, but by argument and patient compromise. The children of the council were taught from birth that every voice mattered, and that the burden of leadership was not glory, but the steady work of seeing, hearing, and understanding. The Hall of Memory. The library Sam had seated with his first ink-stained hands, now occupied an entire wing, its domes and towers glimmering above the rooftops. Its archivist kept not only books, but tapestries, songs, letters, maps, even the stories of every traveler who came to trade or study. In a vault, beneath the main chamber, rested Jon's own sword, Longclaw, sheathed in a case of glass, and a scale of Balerion's, black as night and smooth as water. The sword was never drawn. Its purpose was peace, its legend a warning. Children learned early of the heroes who had shaped the realm. Their first lessons were not of conquest, but of mercy. The day Jon Snow chose peace over vengeance, the day Arya set sail west, the patient leadership of Sansa and Lyanna, the wild laughter of Gendry's kin, the hard-won friendship between Maester and Wildling. The children's games mimicked the council. One played the speaker, the rest debated, always ending in shared laughter and the sharing of bread. Wildlings, long ago settled into every corner, kept the memory of the old ways. Each spring, the youngest were taken to the woods to learn the names of every bird, every root, every stream. On the coldest nights, the clans gathered around the great fire outside the gates, singing the songs that remembered both the dark and the dawn. They did not fear the wolves or the snows. Their faith was in each other and in the living bond that had outlasted every threat. The godswood grew deeper and broader, its heart tree now enormous, the face carved deep and red. Here, memory was a living thing. Every year, the council and the people gathered beneath its branches to mark the passing of winter, the rise of spring, the birth and death of kin. Some still whispered prayers, some merely paused to remember, but none passed the tree without a nod of respect. In the farthest reaches of the north, life was sometimes hard. A failed harvest, a storm from the sea, a sickness that swept through a village. But never again was a hamlet left to starve, nor a plea for aid left unanswered. Riders and ravens moved faster than any storm, bringing news, supplies, hope. No lord or elder had more than a single vote, and every hardship was shared. The Chronicle, now the greatest work of written history in the world, grew in hundreds of volumes. Its pages contained not only names and events, but dreams and memories, even the fears of those who wrote them. In its margins, children scrawled pictures. A direwolf curled with a dragon beneath the aurora, a girl in armor sailing west, a council chamber full of every kind of face. Legends still lived, sharpened and softened with each retelling. Some claimed that Arya's ship still sailed beyond the world's edge. Others swore that, on the brightest summer nights, a shadow of wings passed over the fields, and the stars themselves seemed to flicker with dragonfire. Old ghosts were honored, not feared, and the names of the dead became blessings. Jon guide you, Arya keep you swift, Sansa give you wisdom. The years passed in their cycle, and new threats rose, a pack of wolves too bold, a storm that battered the coast, a summer blight on the wheat. Each was met with the same calm, collective action that Jon had taught. The children of the North never forgot the cost of their freedom, nor the lesson that strength lay in hands joined and eyes wide open. One day, in the late spring, as lanterns floated on the white knife, a child of wildling and northern blood, her hair dark as midnight, her eyes gray and fierce, climbed Balerion's mound. She stood a long while in the wind, looking out at the horizon, before placing her own painted stone atop the pile. A dragon twined with a wolf beneath a sky of many-colored stars. Below her, the bells of Winterfell rang for the feast, and the doors of every house were open. In that light, every face shone with kinship and peace. A North remade by choice, not conquest, shaped by stories, bound by counsel, and guarded still by the memory of Jon Snow and the Black Dread, who had carried them all through the night. And as the child ran down the hill, laughter following, it was as if for a moment the wind itself whispered through the fields and banners, carrying a promise that would never fade. The North endures. The North remembers. And the North is free. Another spring, another generation. The children of Winterfell's courtyards ran shouting beneath the shadows of banners and ravens, their boots splashing in the muddy slush as the last snow slipped from the eaves. The youngest, wild-haired and wild-voiced, carried carved direwolves or battered dragon figurines, remnants of old toys passed down from mothers who had been taught by their mothers, and so on, back and back to the first years of peace. The city was alive with the thrum of work, hammers on new beams, traders' voices from the markets, bells pealing out the hour at dawn and dusk. Yet the soul of Winterfell, and of the North beyond, lay in its quiet, in its deep roots and old stories, and in the council that bound all its people together. Balerion's mound, high and green above the eastern fields, was ringed with wildflowers, each year a little wider, a little more crowded with painted stones and carved wood, with feathers, scraps of banners, even the first ripe apples of the summer. It was a place of promise, not of grief, and on the day each year when the aurora shimmered across the sky, the people gathered in song. Elders, parents, and children alike would climb to the summit, adding a new token, sharing a tale, and reciting aloud the words of Jon Snow that had become the North's deepest oath. We build peace with open hands. We keep it with open hearts. It was not just tradition, but living memory that kept these words alive. The council was larger than ever, its delegates drawn by lot and by acclaim from every keep and clan and wildling steading. Its hall was bright with colored glass and bright banners, its long tables set with bread and cheese and new minted coins, for each voice at the council was paid the same, and each vote counted once and once only. The speaker changed with each session, sometimes a reed-thin woman from the marshes, sometimes a white-bearded smith, once a shy, stuttering girl from the mountains whose arguments about river rights would become the foundation for a new era of farming. When debate grew heated, the speaker would rise, hold out both hands, and invoke the old promise, reminding every delegate that the council's work was not for themselves, but for the generations to come. The Hall of Memory, taller now than the castle's oldest tower, welcomed scholars from lands far beyond the north. Its upper floors gleamed with fresh windows and spiral stairs. The children of lords and wildlings alike learned their letters here, copying not only from Sam's ancient chronicles, but from new tomes, histories of the free folk, tales of Skagos, journals of far travelers. A great map was painted across the floor, its rivers in lapis blue and forests in green and gold. Each new settlement or school or wildling village was added as it grew. The tradition of the watch endured. Every youth, Northman or wildling, spent a year in service, patrolling the roads, tending the sick, planting in the high fields, learning both independence and the hard habit of returning home. In the north, each year's passing left its own marks. There were lean seasons and fat ones. Sometimes a fever took the oldest or a late snow wiped out half the harvest. Once wolves grew bold near Skagos, and a counselor's son died in the wild. But never again did a village starve alone, or a family freeze in silence. The old ringforts became way houses and schools. The wildling clans held markets with the towns of the White Knife. A fair was held every summer where children competed in foot races and recited old tales for sweetmeats and ribbons. The gods would, sacred still, shelter the living and the dead. The heart tree's face had grown nearly unrecognizable, carved anew by each passing century. Now it smiled as often as it wept, its eyes deep and kind, and the roots beneath it cradled stones for every leader the North had loved. Each was marked only by a name, a year, and a single sentence. She listened. He built peace. They remembered. She led with laughter. He was kin to all. Balerion's mound rose highest, a beacon and a blessing. Legends grew in the wild places, where the old magic never wholly faded. Some still claimed that Arya's ship sailed the world's edge, never touching the same port twice, that a woman with a wolf at her heel had been seen in the shadow of the giant's lance, or trading amber in Bravas. Some said that in the far north, there was a valley where wildlings and deerwolves hunted side by side, and in the deepest winters, the aurora took the shape of wings and a long, lean wolf running ahead of the dawn. The children believed it, and so did some of their elders. The North sent envoys to every kingdom. Its way of counsel and shared rule had become the model for the South's own assemblies, though nowhere else was debate so noisy, or votes so unpredictable, or the bond between people and land so fierce. The Council of the North rarely sought alliances or treaties. When disputes arose, they were settled by sending 2 delegates to walk the land in question together, then return and tell the council what they had seen. It was a habit born of hard-won trust, and it endured. As the years passed, the line between wildling and Northman blurred until it vanished. Marriages were celebrated with both the old songs and new ones. Winterfell's wards bore names from every tongue: Sansa and Lyanna, Bran Edric, but also Ygritte, Tormund, Skadi, and Bera. 1,000 stories were told for every name, and the chronicle grew with them, each entry marked by the council's seal, a wolf and dragon entwined, circled by fire and frost. On the night of the 100th Lantern Festival, all the people of Winterfell, thousands now, with as many faces and customs, gathered along the riverbank. Lanterns in blue and gold and white drifted downstream, mirrored by stars above. The speaker, a great-granddaughter of Liara, led the recitation. We do not build for ourselves alone. We build for all, for those we remember, and those who will remember us. The North endures. The North is free. The crowd echoed her, voices swelling, and on the hill above, a group of children climbed Balerion's mound to lay new stones, each painted with the story of that year. A good harvest, a great snow, a wedding, a child's first hunt, a teacher's last lesson. Each year, the stones spread, and each year the stories deepened, a living tapestry that outlasted every winter. So the peace held. The North grew not only in numbers or in wealth, but in wisdom, in knowing how to keep freedom alive, how to settle quarrels with listening instead of swords, how to endure both sorrow and joy without forgetting the old promises. In every hall and at every fire, stories were told of Jon Snow and Balerion, of Arya and Sansa, Sam and the wildlings, of a time when all seemed lost but hope. And as the children grew, learned, and took their places at the council's table, the legacy of those years lived on, not as a legend, but as the daily practice of a people who had chosen, again and again, to be free. On clear winter nights, when the aurora shimmered across the sky, some swore they saw a shadow gliding over the snow, vast wings spread, and heard in the wind a voice gentle as a promise. "Remember, always, the North is yours. Guard it with your hope, build with your heart, endure." Kai. Another summer dawned, as it always did, with pale light flooding the towers and ramparts of Winterfell, stirring the city's heartbeat into motion. The North had changed across generations, yet it changed always in its own slow, deliberate way, like a tree growing another ring, the shape familiar but the substance richer, broader, and deeper with each passing year. Children's voices rose early from the yard, chasing after dogs and each other, their laughter echoing beneath banners, marked with the intertwined sigils of wolf and dragon, their stories braided with memory and hope. The city had swollen outward, rivers of homes and gardens radiating from the ancient keep. Markets sprawled along the white knife, bright with bolts of cloth and brass, wildling beadwork, baskets of cloudberries and honeycombs, the air alive with the scents of roasting fish and sweetbread. Artisans worked glass and clay in sunlit courtyards. Scribes and scholars argued beneath the painted domes of the Hall of Memory, where Sam's chronicle was now joined by thousands of other volumes, accounts of discovery and invention, tales of distant trade, treatises on healing and peace, and always new stories. Yet for all the bustle, Winterfell remained a place of ritual and reflection. At sunrise, the heart tree in the God's Wood caught the first light, its great red leaves glowing as if with secret fire. Every council day began here. The speaker, elected for 1 year only, stood beneath its branches and recited the oath of kinship, the simple words that had outlasted every king and every war. We are the keepers of each other's memory. We guard the hope that outlives the night. We speak for the many and rule for the free. Let the North endure and let its heart be open. The speaker that year was a wildling woman named Kayla, once a trapper's daughter, now famed for her wit and clear-eyed patience. Her hair was silver and red as the haw tree's leaves, and she wore no badge but a necklace of river glass. At her side stood 2 deputies, one a reed-thin scribe from White Harbor, the other a boy of 15 from the hills, the youngest ever chosen by lot. Together they welcomed the council, an assembly so large that it spilled out of the old hall and onto the broad stone steps. The day's agenda covered everything: fair prices for grain, new schools in the distant west, complaints of beaver dams flooding a market road, and a plan to build a windmill at Skago's southern cape. Debate was fierce, as always. A baker's guild argued with the shepherds over the grazing laws. A teacher from the deep woods pressed for more books, and the Manderley delegation pleaded for new ships. Kayla listened, guiding the arguments with a firm voice and laughter that could break any tension. When deadlock came, she called for a break, and the council dispersed to the yards and the riverbanks, mingling and trading news, children darting between the adults like foxes through grass. In the Hall of Memory, archivists recorded every word. The upper floors, bright with colored glass, rang with the voices of scholars and children. Here, all were taught the same curriculum, reading and writing in every tongue, the histories of Northmen and wildlings, the lessons of crops and trade, the wisdom of old healers and new thinkers. The chronicle itself had become a living thing, its pages added and amended by each generation. Not a single council law was passed without being first debated in these halls and reviewed by the children who would inherit them. The heart of the realm, though, was the people, bound by the council's customs and by a deeper, older sense of kinship. Wildlings and Northmen intermarried so freely that family lines blurred, and children were named for both the old gods and the new. Scotty, Adara, John, Sam, Arya, Daenerys. On feast days, the city gathered in the open square to share food and stories, games and song. Gendry's descendants still forged the best steel, but the finest bards now came from the wildest villages, singing of things their forebears could never have dreamed. Balerion's mound remained the high place of promise. In the green of spring, it was carpeted in violets and windflowers. In summer, children rolled down its slopes, shouting old names and inventing new oyo. In autumn, elders led processions to its crown, leaving painted stones, feathers, scraps of parchment, each a prayer or a memory. In winter, the wind howled over the hill and the snow packed hard as stone, but still the lanterns shone there at the turning of the year, lit for Jon and Balerion, for Arya and Sansa, for all who had shaped the North's freedom. The old Godswood was sacred not only for worship, but for reunion. At every birth and every passing, families gathered beneath the heart tree, singing the lullabies and laments handed down through centuries. The stones around the tree now marked the resting places of generations, each simply inscribed. She listened. The stories behind each name lived on in the chronicle and in the hearts of their kin. Beyond the city, the North's wild lands thrived. The Watch, now a year of service for every child, sent bands of boys and girls to the high moors and river marshes, learning survival and stewardship. Some spent time with wildling kin in the forests, others with fishermen on the Bay of Seals, others still at the sheepfolds of the Green Hills. When they returned, they brought news, new skills, and often new friendships that would shape counsel and trade for years to come. Trade flourished not only in Winterfell, but at every crossroads and river port. The North's grain, smoked fish, glass and wool, reached as far as Dorne and the Arbor. Delegations from King's Landing and Braavos visited each year, seeking advice on council law and education. The peace and freedom of the North had become an ideal, much copied if rarely matched. Sometimes threats arose, a southern drought, an argument over boundaries, a bad harvest, but each was met with open counsel, shared risk, and the unwavering belief that no voice should be ignored. Legends, meanwhile, kept the past alive. The story of Arya Stark grew with every retelling, her journey west, her ship that returned each generation, the rumor that a Stark always walked the wild places. Some swore they saw her shadow at dusk, or heard her wolves howl in the woods beyond the walls. In the city, murals showed Jon atop Balerion, wings stretched against the stars, and children traced those wings with their fingers, dreaming of flight and freedom. With every new year, the chronicle grew. Each law passed was matched with a story of how it was needed, or how it might change, so that no decision was lost to time. Elders told the children, "Remember the long night, but do not live in its shadow. Remember the heroes, but do not forget they were human. Remember that peace is a story you write with your neighbors, day by day." And so the North endured, its banners bright, its fields sown, its counsel loud, its memory long. It was a realm of laughter and labor, shaped not by a king's will but by 1,000 open hands, and by the echo of one dragon's flight and one man's quiet promise, always kept. On the 100th anniversary of Jon Snow's passing, every lantern floated down the white knife, every fire was lit on Balerion's mound, and every child in Winterfell heard the old words recited anew. This is our land, our freedom, our story. We keep it for each other, and for the dawns yet to come. Ka. The 100th spring after Jon Snow's death arrived on a hush of mist and gold, the rising sun flooding Winterfell's towers and fields with a warmth that turned last night's frost into shining rivulets. In the city's broad avenues, bells tolled, and people rose early, carrying baskets of flowers, loaves of honeyed bread, painted lanterns and keepsakes, all in anticipation of the Lantern Festival and the great remembrance that would follow. Winterfell was as grand and bustling as any southern city now, yet it had never lost its heart. The new had grown over the old with care and reverence. Timbered halls with stained glass windows stood beside mossy stone towers, the air scented with lilac and smoke. The market spilled along the White Knife, a riot of color and tongue. Northmen and wildling, Cranagmen and Karstark, even a few Dornish or Summer Islanders come to see the famous day. The festival began, as it always did, with the speaker leading the procession from the Hall of Memory. She was a tall woman of wildling and Stark blood, her hair braided with blue river glass, her smile easy, her voice a steady beacon above the crowd. At her side walked children, one from every village, farmstead, and steading, chosen by lot and led with pride, each bearing a lantern they'd made themselves. The speaker paused at the heart tree, its great red leaves flickering with sunlight, and recited Joan's ancient oath, voice ringing clear. We keep watch for each other's dreams. We keep faith through every storm. The North is kin, the North endures. By mercy, hope, and dawn. The children echoed the words, and together the procession moved through the Godswood, down the broad lanes to the White Knife, where thousands had gathered along the banks. On the water, lanterns bobbed in gentle currents, each inscribed with a name or a wish, each a promise to remember. Bells chimed, flutes and fiddles played, and old men and women wept without shame. At midday, the council convened, not in a shadowed hall but in the open square, beneath banners streaming and trees leafed in pale green. It was the largest gathering in living memory. Every delegate took their turn to speak, and the speaker listened to all. They argued as always, but without rancor. Even the sharpest debate ended with laughter and a shared drink, for this was the North's way, a council with no throne and no sword, where every voice counted and no law endured without the consent of the people. They passed a new charter for the wildling settlements beyond Skagos, extending voting rights to the farthest reaches of the frostbitten coast. They debated the building of a great aqueduct to the southern farmlands, funded by the grain surplus. They honored the eldest midwife of the Vale with a song and a feast, and the youngest apprentice of the Hall of Memory, barely 6 years old, with a simple gift, a wooden wolf, hand-carved and painted by the speaker herself. In the afternoon, as sunlight warmed the stones, the city erupted in celebration. Gendry's descendants, blacksmiths and engineers now, unveiled a new bridge of steel and timber spanning the White Knife, a marvel that would allow wagons and travelers to cross in every season. The wildling clans led a parade of costumed dancers and musicians, their faces painted in the old ways, their songs mingling with laughter and the thunder of drum and foot. Bakers handed out honeyed oatcakes, children tumbled and raced, and everywhere there were stories, some true, some embroidered, all belonging to the people. In the Hall of Memory, Sam's first chronicle was displayed at the center of a sunlit dome. Children and scholars traced its pages, which had grown so fragile that only the gentlest hands could turn them. New volumes lined the walls, each written in many scripts, each telling anew the story of a people who had chosen peace. On a dais, a young bard from Skagos sang a ballad of John and Balerion, not of war, but of the first Lantern Festival, the gift of mercy, the day when the last dragon circled above the city, and every banner was raised in joy, not fear. Balerion's mound had become a garden of remembrance. Families climbed its slopes to leave their tributes. Painted stones, feathers, wind chimes that sang with every breeze. On its crown, beneath the shadow of a new-planted heart tree, the speaker led a moment of silence, calling upon every soul in the North to remember. For a breathless instant, it seemed as if time itself paused. Even the birds stilled their song. The silence was broken only by the wind, carrying with it, perhaps, the echo of ancient wings. Night fell, and the people gathered by the White Knife once more, lanterns in hand. The banks glowed gold and silver, red and blue, as lantern after lantern was set upon the river. Elders recited Joan's words and Sansa's, Arya's wild tales and Sam's gentle lessons, the names of those lost and those who had led, and finally the names of all the council's children, so that none would be forgotten. At the last the speaker lifted her lantern, voice trembling with hope. We are the keepers of this peace. We are the memory of mercy. We are the dawn, and the North endures. For as long as we remember, and as long as we choose. The lanterns drifted out upon the dark, their light mingling with the stars. The aurora rose behind them, dancing in green and violet across the sky. In that moment, the North was one. City and field, wildling and lord, the living and the dead, kin bound not by blood alone, but by the promise to endure, to build, and to keep the story alive. As the festival faded, people wandered home, their faces gentle and tired, their hearts full. Children fell asleep on the steps, dreaming of wolves and dragons. In the city's quiet, old songs lingered. Songs of those who had chosen hope instead of fear, kinship instead of crowns. That night, as the moon rose, a young girl crept from her bed and climbed Balerion's mound. She sat among the painted stones, lantern light flickering at her feet, and whispered a wish into the wind. "Let us be kind. Let us remember. Let us endure." She did not know if anyone heard, but as she looked to the north, a breeze stirred the grass, and for a heartbeat, she thought she saw a shadow passing overhead, vast wings, dark against the stars, circling once and then gone. She smiled, sure in her heart that the promise would hold. And so the story continued, woven through the city and the wild, in every lantern, every chronicle, every hand joined in council. The North endured, not as it had been, but as it had chosen to become, a realm of peace, kinship, and memory, forever watched over by the ghosts of dragons and the hope of those who had loved and built and dreamed of dawn. Another year swept gently over the land, a summer so bright and mild that even the oldest folk claimed they could not remember its like. Wheat ripened in golden waves to the very foot of Winterfell's ancient walls, orchards bent with pears and cherries, and the wild hills above Skagos flowered in colors unseen since the Age of Heroes. The North was rich in every sense, not only with food and trade, but with a spirit of kinship and quiet courage as deep as the heart tree's roots. Every home in Winterfell bore lanterns and banners now, not just for festival days but as daily tokens of memory and pride. Stories lived in every arch and lane, carved into the pillars of the old keep, painted along the city's great bridge, sung by washerwomen at dawn, and recited by scholars as the last lamps flickered at night. If a stranger came to the North, they soon learned that every meal was shared, every quarrel met with a council, and every child was taught not just the glories but the failings of the heroes who had come before. The year began, as always, with a speaker's oath beneath the god's wood. This time the speaker was a pale, soft-spoken man called Bram, a weaver by trade, born in the wildling hills. His hands were rough, but his words, when he raised them, seemed to catch every note of hope the North had ever known. "We are the keepers of peace. Bound not by iron but by story. Let us speak with every voice. Let us learn from every shadow." The council was large that summer, its benches crowded with delegates from every valley and village. The wildlings sent more every year, clever-eyed young women from the high woods, wiry old men who could still outwalk the best rangers. The reed marsh folk arrived by boat, bearing jars of herbs and rare frog skins, while the Manderleys came with salt cakes and a raft of city news. Delegates from Skagos wore bright beads in their hair, and the children of the watch, now a tradition for every family, rich or poor, sat quietly at the edges, their eyes wide as they listened to the business of law and land. The summer's greatest debate was over the old road, a crumbling, centuries-old track from White Harbor to Deepwood Motte, choked by bog and brambles. Some argued for a new stone causeway, others for leaving the wild to its own keeping. A watch apprentice spoke bravely for the woodcutters who made a living in the half-wild places. A wildling girl told of the great herds that roamed there, needing freedom to move. For 2 days the council listened, weighing every voice. In the end, Bram guided them to a plan. A narrow road, just wide enough for wagons, built with bridges for the herds to pass, and promises to spare the old groves. The council's decision was met with cheers and a flurry of new stories. Children writing plays about the road, artisans carving its path on the great map in the Hall of Memory. Life beyond the city moved with the same thoughtful care. Every season, the watch sent teams north and east, tending wild lands, settling disputes, mapping new growth. They built new schools, where the old ring forts stood, shared news with wildlings on the high moors, and welcomed travelers from the south. No banditry went unpunished, but every lawbreaker had the right to a hearing, and if they chose, to serve their sentence helping to build roads, or teaching the young, or planting in the common fields. Sam's Hall of Memory was now the greatest school in the known world. It welcomed not only northerners but students from Dorne, the Free Cities, even distant Ibn, and the Summer Islands. Its walls bore murals of Balerion's flight and Jon Snow's last council, Sansa's rose garden and Arya's ship riding the Sea of Stars. In the main library, children learned to read and write in every tongue, to question, to seek the truth of things even when it was hard. New apprentices traveled each year to add their voices to the chronicle. Some wrote only a line or two, but each story mattered. The years had softened many things, but not the reverence for the old gods and the heart tree. The godswood was busy each day with those seeking advice, rest, or simply the peace that came from sitting beneath its great red leaves. The tree's face had changed with the years, lines deepening, smile widening, but it watched over each wedding and funeral, each naming and council, just as it had when Jon Snow first knelt beneath its branches so long ago. Balerion's mound, now as green as a summer meadow, was a place of joy as much as remembrance. The children of Winterfell, and those who journeyed from the farthest wild, raced to the summit with each festival, laying stones and feathers and charms. On the Festival of Lanterns, every family brought their own light, each lantern painted with a hope for the coming year. At dusk, the mound glowed as if crowned with stars. Legends grew richer in the telling. It was said that Arya's descendants still sailed the far seas, bringing word of islands where the sun never set or where deerwolves roamed in silver packs. Songs told how Sansa's last years were spent planting gardens and teaching girls to rule with kindness. New tales wove through the old, of wildling healers who brought back spring to blighted fields, of rangers who mapped secret valleys, of a dragon's shadow that sometimes passed over the moors at dawn, blessing every crop it touched. That autumn, a windstorm swept the north, bringing heavy rain and a sharp cold. Some feared the fields would flood, but the council met swiftly, sending teams with sandbags and tools, wildlings and townfolk working side by side. Elders recalled the famine of the old days and shared how the council then had kept peace by ration and song. In each flooded village, children were the first to organize, rescuing stray animals, ferrying food to high ground, retelling the stories of winters survived. When the waters receded, every harvest was celebrated twice over. As the nights lengthened, preparations for the 100th Lantern Festival began in earnest. Markets bustled with lantern makers and bakers, storytellers and singers. The Hall of Memory opened its doors all night, elders reading aloud from Joan's letters, Arya's tales, Sam's lessons, and the Chronicle's endless names. On the eve itself, the entire city and half the north crowded the riverbanks and Balerion's mound. The speaker recited the oath. The children led the crowd in the new song, a melody woven from all the languages of the north. Lanterns, blue, gold, red, and white, floated on the white knife, their light catching in the aurora. At the last, the speaker called out, "Remember who we were. Remember what we lost. Remember what we built, together. The North is not a place, but a promise." And as the lanterns floated out to sea, every soul knew that the promise was kept, and would be kept. So long as stories were told, so long as children traced the wings of dragons in frost on the windows, and so long as the council gathered beneath the old hard tree. For a long time after, Winterfell was very quiet, as if the city itself listened for the sound of old wings overhead or a footfall in the wild. And perhaps, if the wind was just right and the moon high, a child might glimpse a shadow passing over the snow, a memory, a blessing, a reminder that peace is not won but made and made again and again, with every dawn. The Lantern Festival faded into memory like the gentle sweep of summer rain, but its light lingered. For weeks afterward, lanterns hung in the city's windows, and painted stones were tucked into doorways and market stalls, tokens of hope and gratitude for the peace the North had learned to build and fiercely protect. The chronicle in Sam's Hall of Memory grew by 100 new entries, each one penned by a child or traveler or elder, all recounting the festival in their own voice. The spirit of Jon Snow and Balerion, Arya and Sansa, and the wildlings and maesters shone through every page, a living story, one that continued to shape the world day by day. The business of the North resumed brisk and sure. The council met 3 mornings each week, its benches crowded with delegates wrapped in bright cloaks or rough homespun, river pearls and wildling beads, fur and linen and fine woven wool. The speaker, Bram, guided the debates with gentle firmness, never letting voices drown or anger fester. Topics ranged from the construction of a new deep-water dock at the White Knife's Bend, to the replanting of the berry orchards lost in the floods, to the education of orphans and the care of wild wolves returning to the deep woods. Every question was met with listening, argument, and then consensus, sometimes slow, sometimes stormy, but always open and true. Wildlings continued to flourish. The villages beyond Skagos grew more numerous, their people traveling freely now between the rivers and the coast. Wildling traders brought new goods to market: fermented milk, woven bark cloth, sharp knives of obsidian, and carved bone. Their dances and festivals, once a curiosity, had become beloved traditions in Winterfell itself. On the day of the first frost, a wildling healer led the council in blessing the fields, scattering salt and ash, and a handful of blue flowers to drive away blight. Children from every family attended the watch year, now a badge of pride and passage. This autumn's watch was led by a pair of twins, one Northman and one wildling, both with fierce red hair and a laugh that could be heard clear across the field. They and their band of apprentices spent a winter in the high fens, learning to mend boats and track moose, building a new bridge when the old one washed out. Their journals, full of sketches, recipes, stories, and songs, would be read aloud at the year's final council. The Hall of Memory, always busy, glowed with activity as harvest ended. Old scholars and young students debated maps of the sea and star, studied the languages of distant lands, and learned healing from the Reach and Bravus. Its upper rooms were hung with banners painted by the children, showing scenes of Balerion and Jon, Arya in distant ports, Sansa's gardens, the Watch on patrol, and new stories yet to come: boys and girls on the moors, a ring of hands around the heart tree, a ship in the northern lights. No one was idle in the North, not in peace or storm. When a new fever swept the city, the council responded swiftly. Herbalists and healers visited every home. Children were kept close, markets moved outdoors to the broad riverbanks, and food and comfort brought to every sickbed. The fever passed as quickly as it came, and when it did, families celebrated with sweet cider and singing beneath the old walls. They remembered and gave thanks, and added a new verse to the lantern song: "We weather the night together. We share the dawn's first light." The autumn ripened, the air turning sharp and sweet. Traders from the south arrived with bolts of silk, stories of desert rain, and cities with silver domes. They marveled at Winterfell's schools, the law of council, the wildling dances, the custom of every child spending a year with the Watch. Some took these customs home, others stayed, blending their ways with the North's, marrying, teaching, bringing new voices to the council and new recipes to the feasts. On the eve of the first snow, a small caravan arrived from the distant west, traders with dark skin and green eyes, speaking a lilting language and bearing gifts of dried fish, pale jade, and stories of islands where the stars fell to earth and wolves ran in golden forests. They asked to see the Hall of Memory and were welcomed with open arms. One night, they shared a tale of a woman who sailed west so far she met the sun, her ship guided by a silver wolf and the shadow of a dragon. The story swept through Winterfell and was woven into the chronicle, given a place beside the oldest legends. Balerion's mound was quiet now, covered with frost and the last purple asters. Every day, children climbed the hill, adding new stones, some painted with moons and stars, others with bright handprints, a few bearing only a single word: hope. Elders told stories at the summit of winters survived, of the long night and the light that came after, of the oath Jon Snow had spoken beneath the heart tree. The children listened wide-eyed, then ran off laughing, inventing new games of counsel and watch and flight. Winter arrived at last with soft snow and a clear, cold sky. The heart tree, its face worn smooth and kind by centuries, sheltered the old and young as they gathered to light the first lantern of the season. The speaker recited the promise: "We guard the dawn for each other. The north endures," and the lantern was sent skyward, carried by the wind, a beacon for the long nights ahead. The city huddled close, smoke curling from every chimney, and in every home, stories were told beside the fire, of the great feasts and the hard times, of heroes who had not always been wise, and of ordinary people who had been brave. The chronicle was updated with each new tale, each new lesson, each new name. As the year waned, a deep contentment settled over the north. There were always challenges, storms, sickness, quarrels, but the people faced them as they had learned to do, not alone, but together, with counsel and song, with work and with laughter, with remembrance and with hope. And sometimes, on the coldest nights, children claimed to hear a great wing beat in the wind, or saw a shadow pass across the moon. Elders smiled at these tales and nodded, telling the children, "All stories are true if you carry them with you." For that was the North's secret and its strength, that every story, every name, every promise made and kept, was part of the legacy that Jon Snow and Balerion and their council had bequeathed, a legacy that endured with every dawn, as steadfast and living as the old heart tree itself. As the North's long winter deepened, the world seemed to grow quieter, as if every sound were muffled by the heavy blanket of snow and the crisp hush of breath in the cold. The river was sealed in blue-white glass. The fields lay dormant beneath their coverlet, and the city of Winterfell drew inward, gathering its warmth into the old stone walls. Smoke spiraled from every chimney, filling the air with the scent of pine and hearth, and the glow of lamplight spread from every window, a promise of life in the darkness. Inside Winterfell, the rhythms of the council and the city's life continued unabated. If anything, winter sharpened them. Work and joy pressed together, each act of care made brighter by the chill beyond the doors. In the great kitchen halls, bread was kneaded and stew simmered, wildling women and Northmen laughing as they shared the tricks of salt and spice, arguing the merits of elk over beef, and trading tales as old as the snow. In the forges, Gendry's line made tools for the season, new plows for the thaw, axes for the loggers, clever metal latches for windows and heavy boots for travelers. The watch bands returned to the city, bearing stories from the high woods, of lynx and bear, of wild storms and sudden, impossible stars, each tale quickly written down in the chronicle before the memory faded. Children learned their letters by firelight, practicing their names in careful rows: Jon, Arya, Sansa, Sam, Liara, Bramtor. They copied from the chronicle, writing the words that shaped their world. The North endures. The North is free. We keep the peace with open hands. Sometimes, as snow fell against the window, a child would pause, pen in air, and listen for the faint song of wolves outside, dreaming of legends and old friends. Each week, the council still convened, its benches packed with wool-clad delegates shaking off snow and stamping their boots. The speaker, now a soft-faced woman called Mera of the Lake Country, began every meeting with Jon's promise and Sansa's wisdom. To lead is to listen. To rule is to serve. To forget is to fail. No law was debated without every voice heard, every grievance aired. They settled disputes over the grain stores, planned the next watch, listened to news of a new school in the wilds, and debated how best to share firewood between the richer and poorer districts. When arguments grew heated, Mera would call for silence, let the wind speak at the window, then invite the council to break bread together before returning to their work. The Hall of Memory was warmer than ever, busy all hours with scholars, students, and townsfolk fleeing the cold. The youngest read aloud from the chronicle. Others learned to map the stars or brew medicines for coughs and fever. Every week, Elders and children gathered to hear the stories of new arrivals. A baker from Dorne, a boatwright from the Sisters, a silent woman from Bravos who left behind a poem in 3 languages. All were welcomed, their stories inked onto parchment and added to the living, ever-breathing chronicle. As the snows deepened, the heart tree became the city's silent witness. At dawn and dusk, people came to its shelter, their prayers quiet and brief, their thanks given for warmth, for family, for the steady hand of the council. On the longest night, the city gathered beneath its branches, each soul holding a lantern. They spoke the names of the lost, and when they spoke Jones and Balerions, a hush fell so deep that the creak of the old tree was like thunder. Then, with a single breath, the speaker and the children sent their lanterns aloft. Hundreds of golden lights drifting above the snowy rooftops, mirrored by the stars above. The wildlings, as ever, kept their own customs. They told tales of the snow bear and the warg, feasted on roast hare and mead, danced in circles around great bonfires, until the smoke curled into the icy sky. Each year, more wildlings returned to the city for winter, bringing with them new songs, strange roots and herbs, and endless games for the children. Contests of speed on the frozen river, night hunts for willow grouse, riddles and stories beside the kitchen fire. Balerion's mound lay deep in snow, the painted stones and old offerings hidden beneath a white drift. Still, children made their pilgrimage, clambering up the slope, laughing, rolling down to leave fresh marks in the snow, or to shape tiny dragons and wolves of packed frost. Some brought bright scarves, or a handful of berries, pressed these into the snow at the summit, then ran home, cheeks red, swearing that on cold, clear nights they could hear a distant roar or glimpse a shadow crossing the moon. Life, in its quiet winter way, was rich and sure. The watch tended the sick, fetched water from the deep wells, taught the youngest to knit and the oldest to mend. Old Sam's library, now in the care of a clever woman from the wild hills and her dozen apprentices, was never empty. By day, filled with reading and debate. By night, a haven for anyone lonely or restless, the air thick with the scent of tea and tallow. There were sorrows too. A fever that took the oldest blacksmith, a wall that collapsed under heavy snow, a skirmish with a pack of wolves near the far steads. But every grief was met by hands joined together. Meals brought to the sick, new homes built by neighbors, songs sung for the lost, their names written to the chronicle, their stories kept alive. When the first hint of thaw arrived, a drip of water from the eaves, a bird call in the woods, the city began to stir anew. Children made boats of bark and sent them racing down the gutters. Apprentices cleaned the forges and plowed paths through the drifts. Plans for the spring council were set in motion. A new school for the High Valley, a moot on river rights, a festival to mark the 100th year of the Watch's service. On the first true day of sun, the people gathered in the square as the speaker read from the chronicle. Let us remember. This peace was made, not given. This freedom is ours, but only if we share it. The North endures, because we keep watch for each other. Because we listen. Because we remember. Because we hope. Nearly sound. The crowd echoed her words, and the bells rang out, high, clear, and strong. And as the city turned its face to spring, stories once more leapt from every mouth. Children racing to the heart tree, elders telling how Balerion once soared above the snows, watch bands preparing for journeys into the green wild. The chronicle's pages turned, one after another, the words weaving on. In every story, in every lantern, in every heart, the promise of the North endured, bright as the dawn after the longest night, forever watched by the memory of a dragon's wings and the hope that lived at the heart of Winterfell. One did die there. The thaw came slowly, as it always did, in small and stubborn signs. A trickle of meltwater beneath the city gates, a glimpse of green in the shadow of the godswood, a chorus of birds calling from the eaves. Winterfell exhaled, and with it, the North itself, as if all the generations bound to this land shared a single breath held through the cold and let go in the hope of spring. The lantern festival's glow lingered in the air, shaping dreams and stories as families gathered around hearths to plan for the planting. It was said this was the warmest winter in living memory. A blessing whispered as both promise and warning. The council took up the matter at once. Was it a sign from the old gods, or simply the way of things in a world where peace had come at last? The speaker, Mara, led the first spring council. Her gray braid looped over one shoulder, her voice quick and measured. She listened as delegates from every corner reported on the frost, the rivers, the hopes of their people. The wildlings spoke of lynx dens in the foothills, the manderleys of ships waiting to make their first run down the newly thawed white knife. A party of students from the Hall of Memory presented new charts for crop rotation and pest control, their eyes bright with pride. A great moot was called for the coming month, to debate the planting of apple groves on the high ground and the building of new wells along the southern border. The moot was not always easy. There were disputes about fishing rights, and old resentments between two northern towns flared again, then were soothed with laughter and the promise of a shared festival. Every grievance, every triumph, was entered in the chronicle, its pages filling with the voices of the people, the details of daily life, the poetry of endurance. The Hall of Memory was alive with new arrivals. Scholars from as far as Dorne and the Narrow Sea came to study the ways of the North, the council's tradition, the watch's service, the stubborn customs that kept the people strong. Old tales were swapped in the library. One maester recounted the day a child of Skagos, taken by fever, had been saved by a wildling herb woman. Her remedy, now written in 3 languages, had become a staple of every apothecary. Children, always the city's heartbeat, poured into the yards with the first sun. They made kites shaped like dragons and wolves, racing them on the wind. Apprentices painted new murals on the walls. One showed the watchband returning in triumph from the high woods, another, Balerion soaring above the green hills. At dusk, groups gathered at the base of the mound, each child telling the story of the stone they'd brought to add. This one is for the year of the singing snows. This one for the old baker who made honey cakes for every new mother. This one for my little brother, born last Lantern Festival. As the earth warmed, the watch bands fanned out across the north. This year's group included a boy from Bravos whose family had come to trade, a wildling girl who sang to the horses, and 2 twins from the old reed blood. They went west to the high lakes and north into the pine forests, fixing bridges, clearing the snow from schoolyards, mapping new paths for the spring market caravans. Each sent back stories, letters pinned with pressed flowers, sketches of waterfalls and wildlife, recipes learned from old women in distant steads. The heart tree blossomed, red leaves shining bright against the new grass. The godswood became the city's center once more, for weddings and namings, for prayers and the settling of disputes. The chronicle recorded it all, written in a dozen hands. Today, the wildlings and the riverfolk settled the matter of the lost fishing net by gifting a new net and 3 jars of cloudberry jam. The details mattered. The story mattered. The peace held. That spring, the council passed a law granting every child a plot of earth by the wall, a little garden to tend, to plant as they wished. Soon, the city's edge was ringed with green, rows of onions and carrots, and patches of wildflowers and sweet peas. Children raced to check their sprouts each morning, proud to be a part of the North's growing, proud to know that their care mattered too. The market thrived. Traders came from the south and from across the sea, marveling at the council's law and the absence of soldiers at the gate. "Who keeps your peace?" they would ask, and the children would answer, "We all do." The council debated tariffs and tolls, but every merchant was welcome, so long as they respected the laws of kindness, fairness, and open trade. It was said that in Winterfell, the greatest insult was to be called a hoarder, and the highest praise, a keeper of the peace. Midsummer brought new feasts, new challenges. A late frost threatened the berry harvest, but was countered by the quick work of the council and the watch, the wildlings teaching the townsfolk to cover their vines, children helping carry wood for fires. The chronicle recorded the near loss and the triumph. Together we saved the berries. Together we feasted on sweet wine beneath the lanterns. Old rivalries softened in the sharing. At the Lantern Festival's next eve, Every street blazed with light. The speaker led the procession to the mound, now lush and crowned with blooming wildflowers. Songs were sung for Jon, for Balerion, for the old gods and the new, for Arya's wanderings and Sansa's wisdom, for all the nameless hands that had built and rebuilt, year after year. At the crest of the mound, an old man, once a watch apprentice, now a master storyteller, spoke the words he had learned as a child. We are the dream of all who came before. We are the memory of the snow and sun. The North is more than land. It is the heart that keeps the promise, beating on and on. One by one the lanterns were lit and carried to the river. Children sent theirs off with a wish. Elders sent theirs with a prayer. All watched as the lights drifted out, the river shining gold, the sky awash with stars and the faint, impossible shimmer of aurora. That night, as every year, the North was at peace. Old songs drifted from the halls. Children fell asleep on their parents' laps, and the speaker walked the quiet lanes, lantern in hand, watching the city rest beneath the ever-brightening dawn. And perhaps, in some high and wild place, a shadow passed across the moon, and a great, silent wing beat swept over field and forest, the blessing of a world that had not forgotten how to dream, nor how to endure. The Chronicle's final entry for that year, written in a careful child's hand, read simply, "Today we planted seeds. Tomorrow we will remember." Ninin. Spring's warmth crept into Winterfell on a tide of birdsong, meltwater, and the thrum of life resuming. The banners of wolf and dragon fluttered at every gate. Colors faded and renewed with the years, and the city rang with the industry of waking from winter. The smithies clanged, bakers kneaded new dough, and children, barefoot and wild-haired, chased each other over the muddy fields near the godswood, eager to see whose garden plot would sprout first. Each morning, the speaker led a simple invocation at the heart tree, and the old gods listened, crimson leaves trembling in the soft wind. This year, the city's business took on an air of celebration and solemnity. 100 years since Jon Snow's last watch. 100 years since the last dragon shadow had passed over the North. It was not a time of mourning, but of renewal and gratitude. The council's benches were crowded, wildlings and Northmen, reeds from the Neck, sailors from Skagos, a delegation of Dornish, and even 2 Sarnori, far-traveled and curious to witness the North's storied peace. The speaker, a young woman called Lysa of the Watch, was chosen for her skill at mending quarrels and listening before she spoke. She began each session by reading from the Chronicle, not just the names of heroes, but the stories of everyday lives. A smith's daughter who invented a new plow, a healer who nursed a fevered village back to health, a baker who taught children to read as they kneaded dough. In every telling, she reminded the city, the North is its people, and the story we share. The year's first great council was devoted to the rivers. For decades, the White Knife, and the streams that fed it, had given life and trade to every corner of the North. Now shifting climate and spring floods had carved new channels, threatened old bridges, and left some villages cut off. Arguments flew in every tongue. Should the council fund a great stone dam, or restore the wetlands, or move the high road? Delegates from the Watch brought maps traced by lantern light and stories from every riverside hamlet. Wildling elders spoke of times when the river had runneled before, and of the balance that must be kept. The debate was long, but never bitter. Each voice was heard, each story added to the chronicle. When at last a decision was reached, a compromise, as all council decisions were, the bells rang in celebration. That night, the square filled with dancing and music, and 100 new lanterns were lit and floated out upon the water. The Hall of Memory was never busier. Scholars from distant places worked side by side with children from Winterfell, translating old stories into new tongues, cataloging the herbs and crafts and songs of every village. The watch bands, home for spring, wrote accounts of their journeys, repairing a school on the Blazewater, clearing avalanche debris from a pass, mediating a boundary between a wildling clan and Northman farmers who now called each other kin. Every deed, every dispute, every kindness and lesson was written in careful, varied hands, binding the chronicle tighter with each passing year. The wildlings brought their own new customs. At the equinox, they led a procession through the city, carrying antlers and wolf masks, offering gifts of honey and smoked fish, and painting the stones of Balerion's mound with swirling lines of ochre and blue. The children followed, singing songs in the old tongue and common both, racing to plant their flags at the top of the hill. After the feast, elders told tales of the old times, how Jon Snow had brought them through the gates, how Arya had taught them to trust their own stories, how Sansa had welcomed every new voice at the council's fire. That spring, a sickness swept through a distant hamlet, and the watchbands responded in days. Healers from the Hall of Memory rode north, wildling scouts broke trails through snow, and grain stores were sent with no tally kept. The chronicles scribed for the year, a girl of Skagos, quiet and quick, recorded the efforts in a new style, drawing the story as well as writing it. Her work would later be copied into dozens of villages, a visual record of the North's resilience and care. As the sun grew stronger, work turned to the fields. The council voted to expand the system of children's gardens, giving every new child in Winterfell a plot and a mentor. Banners marked each row: Glover red, reed green, wool blue, the black and white of a wildling clan. The gardens grew wild and tangled, each row different. Some neat as soldiers, others a riot of color and chaos. Children bartered seeds and stories, and the chronicle that year included the first garden journal, recording the failures and triumphs of the young gardeners. The city feasted on the first radishes and peas, and at midsummer, the speaker called a feast where each dish was credited to its grower. Legends continued to bloom as fiercely as the gardens. Arya's tale had grown in the telling. Now she was said to have sailed beyond the world and returned with seeds of trees that flowered only by moonlight. Jon Snow's story was retold not as a saga of war, but as a lesson in listening, how he had turned enemies to kin and never closed his door to the troubled or the lost. The Watch's oath, once words of loneliness, now meant service and kinship. Children recited it on their first night in the wild, and wept when they left their bands for home. The Festival of Lanterns that summer was the greatest in memory. The city's edge blazed with light as dusk fell. Every child lit a lantern, every elder recited a line of the oath, and the speaker walked from the heart tree to the mound, stopping at every garden, every gate, every watchpost, to offer thanks and blessings. When the lanterns floated on the white knife, the river seemed a path of gold, winding into the endless dark. Stories from the far south told of war and trouble, and sometimes strangers arrived at Winterfell's gates, asking for refuge. The council welcomed them, as always, with questions and kindness. Each was given work and a place to stay. Their names entered in the chronicle, their stories added to the Hall of Memory. Some returned home, carrying word of the North's peace. Others stayed, raising children who would learn the oath and the songs of the wild. When autumn came, the last lanterns burned at the base of the heart tree, and the city gathered in the godswood. The speaker recited the story of the first spring after the long night, of the time when Jon Snow and Balerion had watched over the city together. She ended with the ancient promise: as long as we remember, as long as we listen, the North endures. We are the peace we keep, and the hope we plant. In the deep hush that followed, a breeze stirred the branches, and every face was lifted to the stars. No one knew if the shadow that passed across the moon was wind or memory, dream or blessing, but all agreed, in the days and years to come, that on that night, the North's heart beat loud and sure, as enduring as the promise beneath the old red leaves, as bright as every lantern, as alive as the dawn, as alive as the dawn. The autumn after the Centennial Festival arrived with banners of gold and crimson leaves, and the air in Winterfell grew sharp and sweet. The city was alive with the sounds of harvest, wheels turning on muddy lanes, laughter in the apple orchards, the clash and clang of Gendry's smithy, now tended by his great-great-grandchildren. Balerion's mound, soft under a carpet of late wildflowers, drew daily processions of children and elders, all leaving tributes and stories. New stones for the growing cairn, acorns and berries for the crows, bits of colored cloth tied to the grass in memory of hopes or lost kin. In these days, the north felt timeless and brand new all at once. The city's walls were now white with the first touch of frost, but inside the markets bustled as merchants set up for the great autumn fair. Traders from the Reach and the Vale, riverfolk and wildlings, even a clutch of summer islanders, filled the square with song and barter. The smell of honey cakes and smoked fish drifted through the gates, and the watch bands, their year of service finished, joined the crowds, their stories of the high wilds eagerly traded for mugs of cider and the attention of the city's children. The council had grown since the days of Jon Snow, 100 voices from all corners, each with a story to tell. The speaker, Lysa of the Watch, had returned for a second term by popular acclaim, her eyes bright and tired from the season's labor. The year's debates were as passionate as ever. The need for more healers in the river villages, how to share the bounty of the great apple harvest, the best way to welcome and teach the children of the new arrivals from the south. Lysa listened, her voice cutting through argument and laughter with the wisdom of the oath. All are kin, all are welcome, all must serve. In the Hall of Memory, the chronicle was updated daily. The scribes included a former watch apprentice from Skagos, a wildling elder with a memory as sharp as wolf's tooth, and a quiet child from the farthest western shore. The council had decreed that every law and debate, every new story or song, must be written in both common and the old tongue. And so the library rang with the sound of learning voices, raised in translation correction, and the joy of understanding. This year, the chronicle included a new section, the journeys, tales of those who had left the north for far shores, and returned with news and knowledge. One young man, the son of a baker and a wildling, had gone as far as Old Town, studying the customs of southern markets and bringing back a new kind of bread leavened with fruit. A girl of the watch had visited Bravos and returned with a poem written in 3 languages. Her story of crossing the narrow sea added to the chronicle's growing tapestry of connection. In the wild, the watch kept its vigil. With the last leaves falling, bands spread out to check on old folk in distant steads, deliver salt and wool to the sheepfolds, and watch for early storms. The year's watch included a pair of twins born on the Lantern Festival, a quiet Skagosi boy, a fierce girl from the Dreadfort's new kin, and a summer islander whose music brought the camps to life each night. Their journals, sketches, stories, recipes, maps were passed back to the Hall of Memory, and each became a lesson for the next year's apprentices. The Festival of Lanterns marked the equinox, its lights brighter than ever as families from every district joined the city's children to float hopes and memories down the white knife. The speaker recited Jon Snow's promise beneath the heart tree, and the people echoed back. We are the dream of the dawn. We are the peace made in storm. The north is a bond of open hands, a promise carried and borne. The wildlings kept their own autumn rites. On the night after the lanterns, they gathered at Balerion's mound, building a ring of fires, singing songs in the old tongue and dancing beneath the stars. Children watched, awed, as an old wildling woman told the story of the dragon's last flight, the way Balerion had circled the city, his shadow passing over every field and home, a sign not of threat but of blessing. The song ended with the refrain, "Dragons keep the memory, wolves keep the flame, we keep each other, and all is the same." As the harvest finished, the council opened the granaries. Every home, from the richest hall to the smallest crofter's hut, received its share. The city's children were the first to carry bread and fruit to the elders, the sick, the travelers who had no kin. In return, they were told the old tales, of Arya's journeys, of Sansa's patient rule, of the wild winters when neighbors had survived together, and of the day the city chose counsel and kindness over the sharp edge of a crown. The watch prepared for winter with fresh zeal. Apprentices repaired the roads, stacked wood for the market, and made new sleds for the children. Elders in the Hall of Memory worked late into the night, updating the chronicle with the year's lessons, and sending copies by Raven to the libraries of Skagos, White Harbor, and even Old Town, whose own scholars now envied the North's schools, and sought to learn from their ways. As the first snows fell, Winterfell glowed with lamplight and laughter. Feasts were held in every hall and hearth, and the speaker made her rounds, reciting the oath and blessing each home. The children rehearsed plays for the longest night, dramatizing stories from the Chronicle. One play showed Jon Snow convincing a quarrelsome council to listen. Another told of Arya saving a lost band of wildlings with a clever riddle and a loaf of bread. On the night of the first hard frost, the city gathered at the Heart Tree. Liza, standing in the old snow, read from the Chronicle's centennial entry, her voice ringing clear. 100 years we have kept this peace. 100 years, and each a gift. Let us remember not only the dawn, but the patience of every dark night. We are the North, the promise kept, our freedom sown in every heart. As she spoke, the aurora rose in shimmering bands of green and gold, the lanterns along the river catching and reflecting the light. And in that quiet, as the city pressed close and the watch set out for their winter rounds, it seemed the old gods and the new both watched and smiled. The Chronicle for that year closed with a promise, written in a dozen hands. We will not forget the story we are. We will not close our doors, nor harden our hearts. We will listen, we will learn. And when the snow falls, we will gather, and the North will endure. On that night, beneath the bright sweep of stars and the promise of a new century, the peace held, woven in counsel and counsel, in story and song, in the tireless work of those who had learned that hope was the greatest inheritance of all.